Welcome back, fellow seekers of the shadows. You've tuned into Stories of Crime, the place where the veil between the mundane and the monstrous is brutally ripped away. Tonight, we aren't just reading a report. We are opening a file, marked top priority, tucked away in the darkest corner of the archives. We're going to step across that chalk line and peer into the void, where human nature meets its most terrifying extremes. In this hour, the street lights flicker, the shadows deepen, and the truth is often far more chilling than any fiction you could invent. Forget the heroes. Tonight, we focus on the villains. On the motives that curdle the blood, and the consequences that echo forever. So, dim the lights. Lock your doors. Take a deep, steadying breath, because once the story begins, there's no turning back. This is Stories of Crime. And the case we're unfolding tonight is the Big Four. Look. Welcome, dear listener, to a journey that promises to reshape your understanding of the world around you, a world increasingly defined by algorithms and corporate giants. This is not merely an audiobook, it is an invitation, a challenge, and an illumination. Before we delve into the intricate mechanics of power, influence, and innovation, let us first anchor ourselves in the very essence of why you pressed play, why this moment, right now, holds such profound importance. Our initial task, and arguably the most crucial one, is to captivate your attention immediately, to weave a narrative thread that pulls you in, compelling you to lean forward, eager for what comes next. It's about establishing a tone, a pact between myself, the narrator, and you, the listener. This tone is one of shared curiosity, of an unspoken agreement to explore uncomfortable truths, and to emerge, at the other end of our shared experience, with a clearer, more discerning perspective. Think of it as the overture to a grand symphony, a carefully composed introduction that hints at the profound movements and powerful crescendos yet to come. Without this initial engagement, without setting the stage with precision and intent, even the most groundbreaking insights can fall flat, lost in the noise of a perpetually distracted world. The human mind, in its magnificent complexity, is also remarkably prone to distraction. In an era saturated with competing stimuli, the ping of a notification, the endless scroll of a news feed, the siren song of another tab promising instant gratification, holding attention is an art, a science, and frankly, a necessity. From a psychological standpoint, this initial phase leverages what is known as the primacy effect. The information we encounter first often carries the most weight, forming the lens through which all subsequent information is interpreted. If we establish relevance, intrigue, and a sense of impending discovery right at the outset, we lay a solid foundation for deep engagement. We are, in essence, creating a mental bookmark, a reason for your subconscious to return to this narrative even when other demands vie for your attention. The practical application of this principle, for us right now, is to forge an immediate, undeniable connection. We will achieve this by striking at the core of your daily experience, by making this narrative feel less like an external lecture and more like an internal dialogue, a conversation about the very fabric of your contemporary existence. So, let us begin, not with a gentle introduction, but with a statement, a bold declaration that might, at first, feel jarring, but which I assure you, will resonate deeply as our journey unfolds. Consider this: the vast majority of your digital interactions, your consumption habits, your social connections, even your very perception of reality, are meticulously curated, influenced, and often directly controlled by just four immense, largely unscrutinized entities. Four companies, whose names you utter daily, whose logos are emblazoned on the devices you hold, on the websites you frequent, and whose true power remains largely hidden, like the submerged base of an iceberg, far out of sight, yet capable of sinking the most formidable vessels of independent thought and free will. This isn't hyperbole, it is a foundational truth of our modern era. Think for a moment about your morning ritual. Does an alarm sound from your smartphone, perhaps running an operating system developed by one of these titans? Do you reach for that same device to check the weather, scan headlines, or perhaps scroll through social media feeds, all hosted and algorithmically sorted by these very same behemoths? Did you order your morning coffee through an app, or perhaps arrange your commute using a mapping service? As you make your way through your day, whether for work or leisure, how many emails do you send or receive through their platforms? How many videos do you stream? How many products do you browse? How many payments do you process, all facilitated by their infrastructure? 5 minutes that should have been dedicated to crafting this narrative, stolen by the digital siren song. The irony, I assure you, was not lost on me. It was a stark, personal reminder of how easily we slip into these digital rabbit holes, how seamlessly our attention is hijacked, and how often we engage with these glowing rectangles not out of conscious decision, but out of ingrained habit, a Pavlovian response to the subtle prompts our devices so expertly deliver. It's a habit cultivated over years, designed by some of the most brilliant minds on the planet, all working for these very companies we are about to examine. Psychologically speaking, asking a direct, introspective question like this serves several critical functions. Firstly, it transforms you from a passive recipient of information into an active participant. It forces a moment of genuine self-reflection, bypassing the intellectual filters and reaching directly into your personal experience. This personalization makes the subsequent information profoundly more relevant and impactful. Secondly, it taps into our innate human capacity for self-assessment and, often, a healthy dose of self-critique. Most of us are dimly aware that we spend too much time on screens, but rarely do we take a moment to quantify it honestly. This question provides that gentle, yet firm, nudge. It aims to evoke a small, internal aha moment, a realization of the sheer volume of time we dedicate to these digital interfaces. This realization generates a cognitive readiness for understanding why this is the case and who benefits from it. It also primes you to connect your personal habits to the larger structural forces we will be exploring. The practical application here is simple yet powerful. It fosters immediate self-awareness. By encouraging you to mentally tally your screen time, you are actively engaging with the book's core premise from the very outset. You are generating your own real-world data point, which will serve as a continuous reference throughout our discussion. This personal metric makes the abstract concepts we will cover feel tangible, immediate, and undeniably pertinent to your life. It encourages you to not just listen, but to observe yourself and your digital environment with renewed scrutiny. Now, I understand that contemplating the pervasive influence of technology and our often unconscious participation in it can be a little overwhelming. But fear not, for this audiobook is not about condemnation, but about illumination. It is about understanding, about gaining clarity, and ultimately, about empowering you with knowledge. And that journey, that profound expedition into the heart of modern power, will unfold over the course of the next 285 minutes. Yes, 285 minutes. That's the precise commitment this audiobook asks of you, a commitment to understanding the most influential forces shaping your world. Think of it as embarking on a meticulously planned expedition. We aren't simply skimming the surface, we are preparing for a deep dive. Imagine we are about to descend into the largely uncharted waters of the Mariana Trench, but instead of geological formations, we are exploring the complex and often invisible structures of modern capitalism, shining a powerful light on the intricate machinery few truly comprehend. This isn't a casual stroll through a park, it's a guided tour through the colossal, interconnected, and often opaque empires built by a few visionary, and sometimes ruthless, architects. We will examine their origins, their strategies, their immense successes, and their less publicized vulnerabilities. We will explore how they acquire and wield data, how they influence public opinion, how they innovate, and how they defend their ever-expanding territories. This journey is designed to be comprehensive, insightful, and above all, transformative in its revelations. From a psychological standpoint, clearly stating the duration of our journey serves several crucial purposes. Firstly, it sets a clear expectati. Intro. Hello, and a most heartfelt welcome, dear listener, to what I truly believe will be a profoundly transformative journey for you. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here, lending your ears and your mind to the insights we're about to uncover together. As your guide through the intricacies of this material, I want to begin by extending a warm invitation for you to settle in, to clear your mind, and to open yourself to the possibilities that lie ahead. This isn't just another audiobook you've picked up, it's an intentional step you've taken towards understanding something fundamental, something powerful, and something that, once grasped, has the potential to reshape significant aspects of your world. Our primary goal in this introductory chapter is to establish a foundation of trust and understanding, much like setting the stage for an extraordinary play. I want to build a genuine rapport with you, to ensure you feel not just informed, but also supported and engaged throughout our time together. Think of me not as a distant lecturer, but as a friendly companion, a seasoned guide who has traversed this terrain before and is now here to illuminate the path for you, pointing out the crucial landmarks and explaining the significance of each vista. We'll also be sketching out the grand design of this audiobook, giving you a clear roadmap of where we're headed, what vital insights we'll be exploring, and, most importantly, the incredible metamorphosis you can anticipate by the time we reach our destination. This isn't just about absorbing information, it's about experiencing a profound shift in perspective and capability. Now, let's delve a little deeper into this idea of speaking directly to you, the listener, as a friendly guide. Imagine for a moment that you've embarked on an ambitious hiking expedition, perhaps through a majestic mountain range you've always dreamed of conquering. You're prepared, you're excited, but you're also aware of the challenges that lie ahead, the steep ascents, the unpredictable weather, the unfamiliar trails. Wouldn't it be immensely comforting and confidence-inspiring to have an experienced mountaineer by your side? Someone who knows every twist and turn, who can share fascinating stories about the local flora and fauna, who can anticipate potential pitfalls before they arise, and, crucially, who genuinely cares about your journey and your ultimate success in reaching that breathtaking summit. That's precisely the role I aim to embody for you in this audiobook. I'm not merely narrating words written on a page, I'm here to facilitate your understanding, to provoke your thoughts, and to ensure that the concepts we explore resonate deeply within your own experiences. I'll be using phrases like "you'll discover," "we'll explore," and "imagine this," because I genuinely see this as a collaborative exploration, a shared intellectual adventure. From a psychological perspective, this approach is far from superficial. It's absolutely vital for optimal learning and engagement. When we feel a personal connection with the source of information, our brains become more receptive. The psychological term for this is building social rapport, and it dramatically enhances our ability to absorb and integrate new knowledge. Think about how much more you enjoy a conversation with a friend compared to a monologue from a stranger. When you perceive the narrator as a supportive and empathetic guide, your anxiety levels naturally decrease. You're less likely to feel overwhelmed by complex ideas and more likely to lean in, to ask mental questions, and to truly grapple with the material. This sense of partnership also combats the potential isolation that can sometimes accompany self-directed learning. You're not alone on this journey, you have a companion who is invested in your success. It taps into our fundamental human need for connection and belonging, making the learning process not just effective, but also deeply enjoyable and personally enriching. We are, after all, social creatures, and even in the solitary act, you are not merely waiting to be told what they are, you are actively preparing your mind to receive them, to critically evaluate them, and to immediately begin mapping their relevance onto your own life and work. By doing so, you are laying the mental groundwork for deep integration, ensuring that these concepts don't just float as abstract ideas, but become actionable insights ready for immediate application. And this brings us to perhaps the most compelling aspect of our journey together, the transformation you will undergo by the end of this book. This is not a journey simply to accumulate knowledge, it is a deliberate path towards profound personal and professional evolution. By the time you conclude this audiobook, you will not just understand the Big Four intellectually, you will embody them. You will possess a clarity of vision, a strategic framework, and a set of practical tools that will empower you to navigate challenges, seize opportunities, and achieve outcomes that might currently seem just out of reach. You will move from perhaps feeling overwhelmed, directionless, or simply stuck, to feeling confident, purposeful, and equipped with a robust mental model for consistent progress. This transformation will manifest in tangible ways, perhaps in your decision-making, in your productivity, in your relationships, or in your overall sense of well-being and control. It's a journey from potential to actualization, from aspiration to achievement, all powered by the mastery of these fundamental principles. Let me paint a vivid picture with a storytelling example. Imagine a talented but struggling artist. They possess raw talent, a passion for creation, but their studio is a chaotic mess. They jump from one half-finished project to another, often feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of ideas and the lack of structure. Their output is inconsistent, and they often doubt their own abilities. Now, imagine this artist discovers the Big Four, perhaps principles related to consistent practice, focused conceptualization, effective material management, and intentional exhibition. By the end of our journey, this artist isn't just someone who knows about these principles, they are someone who applies them. Their studio, while still a creative hub, now operates with an underlying order. They complete projects with greater intention, their practice is more deliberate and effective, and their confidence in their artistic voice shines through in every piece. They've transformed from a talented but chaotic creator into a disciplined, productive, and ultimately more successful artist. The difference isn't a magical gift, it's the result of internalizing and consistently applying foundational insights. From a psychological perspective, outlining this transformation is absolutely crucial for sustaining motivation and reinforcing the value of your investment in this audiobook. Humans are inherently goal-oriented creatures. We are driven by the promise of improvement, growth, and the alleviation of pain or discomfort. By articulating the after state, what you will be, what you will do, how you will feel, we are tapping into your intrinsic desire for self-actualization and problem-solving. This clear vision of the future acts as a powerful psychological magnet, pulling you forward through each chapter, even when concepts become challenging. It sets clear expectations, which, when met, lead to immense satisfaction and a reinforced belief in your own capacity for growth. It validates your decision to pick up this audiobook in the first place, assuring you that your time and attention will be richly rewarded. This vision also combats the natural tendency to lose steam or question the utility of new information. It reminds you of the profound purpose behind your engagement. It is a promise, yes, but more importantly, it is a scientifically sound motivator that leverages our innate drive for progress and betterment. So, how do you, as the listener, practically apply this understanding of your impending transformation? My suggestion is T. Chapter 1, The Titans of Tech. Welcome, esteemed listener, to the Big Four, a journey into the heart of the digital age, where we unravel the immense power, pervasive influence, and often invisible threads woven into our daily lives by a handful of tech giants. In this inaugural chapter, The Titans of Tech, we embark on a deep dive into the current digital landscape, a world utterly transformed, reshaped, and redefined by innovation, connectivity, and sheer human ingenuity, all largely orchestrated by a select few. Look around you, wherever you are listening to this. Whether you're commuting, exercising, or relaxing at home, chances are, a piece of technology is within arm's reach, or perhaps even nestled in your pocket or worn on your wrist. This isn't just a fleeting trend, it's the very air we breathe in the 21st century. The digital landscape is no longer a separate realm, it is the fundamental infrastructure upon which modern life is built. From the way we communicate with loved ones across continents to the instantaneous delivery of goods to our doorsteps, from the personalized news feeds that shape our understanding of the world to the complex algorithms that recommend our next binge-worthy show, technology has permeated every facet of our existence. It's a constant companion, an omnipresent assistant, a boundless library, and an endless marketplace, all rolled into one seamless, interconnected experience. Consider how dramatically our world has shifted in just a few decades. Remember a time when sending a letter involved stamps and waiting days, or when accessing information required a trip to the physical library. Those days now seem almost quaint, don't they? Today, knowledge is literally at our fingertips, communication is instantaneous, and commerce transcends geographical boundaries with effortless grace. This revolution, however, hasn't been a scattered, democratic unfolding. Instead, it has largely been championed, driven, and consolidated by a select group of companies whose reach and resources defy traditional economic and political classifications. They are the architects of our digital reality, the gatekeepers of our online experiences, and the undisputed champions of the technological frontier. And it is this formidable quartet that we affectionately, or perhaps sometimes with a touch of trepidation, refer to as the Big Four. So, who are these enigmatic titans? Allow me to introduce them. We're talking about Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google. These are not merely companies, they are empires, each carved out from distinct but increasingly overlapping territories of our digital world. Let's begin with Amazon, a name synonymous with e-commerce, a behemoth that started by selling books online and has since blossomed into the everything store. but to pigeonhole Amazon solely as a retailer would be a grave oversight. It is also the powerhouse behind Amazon Web Services, AWS, the indispensable cloud computing backbone for countless websites, businesses, and even government agencies around the globe. AWS quietly powers a significant portion of the Internet itself, an unseen utility providing the digital infrastructure for much of what we experience online. Beyond that, Amazon is a logistics marvel, a pioneer in artificial intelligence with Alexa, an entertainment provider with Prime Video, and an innovator in physical retail with Amazon Go. It's an enterprise constantly expanding its dominion, transforming how we shop, how we store data, and even how we speak to our smart devices. Then there's Apple, the maestro of elegant hardware and seamless software integration. From the iconic iPhone that redefined mobile computing, to the intuitive Mac OS, to the ubiquitous App Store, Apple has cultivated an ecosystem that millions are deeply embedded within. Their design philosophy, their unwavering commitment to user experience, and their powerful brand narrative have fostered a loyalty that few companies can even dream of achieving. Apple isn't just selling gadgets, it's selling an experience, a lifestyle, a statement. Their devices are not merely tools; for many, they are extensions of their identity, gateways to creativity, and connections to a carefully curated world of applications and services. Next, we encounter Facebook, now Meta Platforms, the undisputed monarch of social connection. What began as a simple platform for college students to connect has evolved into a sprawling network encompassing Facebook itself, Instagram, WhatsApp, and an ambitious venture into the metaverse. It's the digital town square, the photo album of our lives, the instantaneous messaging service that keeps families and friends intertwined across vast distances. Facebook's core offering is connection, and its business model, while often scrutinized, revolves around understanding and leveraging those connections to deliver highly targeted advertising. It holds immense sway over public discourse, personal relationships, and the very fabric of our social lives in the digital sphere. And finally, we have Google, or rather, Alphabet Incorporated, the colossus of information. For many, to search for something online is simply to Google it. Their search engine is the gateway to the world's knowledge, an indispensable utility for billions. But Google's influence extends far beyond search. Android, the operating system powering the majority of smartphones globally, is theirs. YouTube, the world's largest video platform, is theirs. Google Maps, Gmail, Google Drive, Chrome, Google Assistant, the list goes on and on. Google organizes the world's information and makes it universally accessible and useful, simultaneously building an advertising empire unrivaled in its precision and scale. Their ventures into AI, autonomous vehicles with Waymo, and health sciences with Verily demonstrate a relentless pursuit of innovation and a vision for shaping the future across multiple domains. These four companies, each a formidable power in its own right, collectively represent an unprecedented concentration of economic, technological, and cultural influence. Their tentacles reach into nearly every aspect of our digital life. Psychologically, the sheer scale of this economic power can be difficult for the human mind to fully comprehend. It evokes a sense of awe, perhaps even a touch of intimidation, when we consider that a private entity can wield economic might comparable to a nation-state, complete with its own diplomatic relations, military, and infrastructure. This challenges our traditional understanding of power dynamics in the global arena. Historically, the nation-state has been the primary unit of economic and political power. Now, we see private corporations operating on a similar, if not sometimes grander, scale. This immense wealth provides these companies with unparalleled resources for research and development, allowing them to innovate at speeds previously unimaginable. It grants them the ability to acquire promising startups, effectively neutralizing potential competition or absorbing nascent technologies before they can pose a threat. It also bestows upon them extraordinary lobbying power, enabling them to influence regulatory frameworks and shape policy decisions in ways that often favor their continued growth and dominance. This economic heft creates a self-reinforcing cycle, where success breeds more resources, which in turn fuels further expansion and entrenchment. As a practical application step, I encourage you to undertake a small research project. Choose one of the big four, perhaps the one you interact with most, or the one whose market cap you find most intriguing. Look up its current market capitalization and its annual revenue. Then, in a separate search, find the GDP of a few countries you're somewhat familiar with, perhaps your own, or a country of comparable size. Now, compare those numbers. Reflect on what it truly means for a single company to command such an economic valuation. What implications does this have for global economic power? How might such financial muscle translate into political influence, or the ability to shape industries, labor markets, and even geopolitical landscapes? This exercise is designed to shift your perspective from merely seeing these as product providers to understanding them as significant global economic actors, whose decisions carry weight far beyond their quarterly earnings reports. Beyond the purely utilitarian or economic aspects, there's another, more subtle, yet profoundly powerful dimension to the influence of the Big Four, the deep emotional connection users feel with these brands. This isn't merely about satisfaction with a product or service, it often delves into realms of loyalty, identity, and community, creating an almost tribal attachment that goes far beyond rational choice. Let's tell a story to illustrate this. Consider the Apple enthusiast who meticulously tracks the annual iPhone release cycle, eagerly devouring every rumor, then waiting in a line that snakes around city blocks for hours, even overnight, just to be among the first to hold the newest model. This isn't just about acquiring a phone, it's about participating in a ritual, affirming an identity, and being part of a community that values design, innovation, and a certain aspirational lifestyle. Or think of the Google user who, when faced with an internet outage, feels a genuine sense of panic, a profound disconnect from the world. Without Gmail, Maps, YouTube, or the omnipresent search bar, they might feel digitally lost, unable to navigate their work, their social life, or even simple everyday tasks. Their reliance is so complete that the absence of these services creates a palpable anxiety. Then there's the Facebook user whose entire social universe, from family photos to birthday reminders, from event invitations to group discussions, resides within the platform. For them, Facebook isn't just an app, it's a living archive of their personal history and the primary conduit for maintaining their social connections. To leave would mean severing ties, losing memories, and essentially digitally disappearing from their tribe. And what about the Amazon Prime member? They don't just use Amazon, they rely on. Chapter 2, Amazon, the Everything Store. Welcome back, listeners. In our previous chapter, we laid the groundwork for understanding the immense power wielded by what we call the Big Four. Now, as we journey deeper into the individual titans, we turn our attention to a company that began as a simple online bookstore and has since morphed into an indispensable pillar of modern commerce and infrastructure, Amazon. Its story is one of audacious vision, relentless customer obsession, and a fundamental reshaping of how we shop, consume media, and even power the internet itself. At its core, Amazon's business model isn't just about selling things. Oh no, it's far more profound than that. It's about being the world's most customer-centric company, a grand ambition often articulated by its founder, Jeff Bezos. This vision isn't merely a platitude, it's the very operating system that drives every decision, every innovation, every expansion. Think about it, when you approach Amazon, you're not just looking for a product, you're entering an ecosystem designed to anticipate your needs, remove every conceivable barrier to purchase, and deliver an experience so seamless it feels almost magical. It's a fundamental reimagining of retail, of logistics, and indeed, of consumer expectations. Consider the famous Amazon flywheel. This isn't a physical object, but a powerful conceptual model illustrating the company's growth strategy. It begins with lower prices, which attract more customers. More customers mean higher sales volume, allowing Amazon to invest more in infrastructure and efficiency, thus lowering its operating costs. These lower costs can then be passed on to the customer in the form of even lower prices, attracting even more customers, and so the cycle spins, ever faster, generating immense momentum. But there's another crucial spoke in this wheel: selection. As more customers arrive, more third-party sellers are incentivized to list their products on Amazon, creating an unparalleled breadth of choice. This vast selection, coupled with competitive pricing and an exceptional customer experience, draws in even more buyers, fueling the flywheel's perpetual motion. It's a self-reinforcing loop of growth and value creation, built squarely on the bedrock of customer trust and convenience. It's a virtuous cycle, perpetually accelerating itself through accumulated advantages and economies of scale. This isn't just about retail, either. While Amazon's online store is what most people interact with daily, its empire extends far beyond that. Amazon Web Services, or AWS, powers a significant portion of the Internet's backend infrastructure, providing cloud computing services to businesses of all sizes, from startups to government agencies. This division alone is a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, a testament to Amazon's foresight in identifying a critical underlying need for scalable, on-demand computing power. Then there's their burgeoning advertising business, which leverages the immense data gathered from shopping habits. There's their aggressive foray into groceries with Whole Foods, their advanced logistics network encompassing fulfillment centers, last-mile delivery, and even air cargo fleets, and their ever-expanding media offerings like Prime Video and Amazon Music, competing directly with established entertainment giants. Each of these ventures, seemingly disparate, is nonetheless interconnected by the same foundational principles: a deep understanding of customer needs, a willingness to invest heavily for the long term, and an unwavering commitment to efficiency and scale. It's truly an everything store, not just in terms of what it sells, but in terms of the foundational services it provides to the digital economy itself. And it all began with a simple idea about books. So, how did this colossal enterprise begin? Let's rewind to 1994, a pivotal year for the Internet. Jeff Bezos, then a successful vice president at the Wall Street quantitative hedge fund D.E. Shaw & Co., stumbled upon a fascinating statistic: the Internet was growing at an astonishing 2,300%. This clarity of purpose, even in the face of uncertainty and skepticism, is incredibly motivating, not just for the founder but for early employees and investors. Second, it showcases the wisdom of strategic constraint. By choosing books, Amazon limited its initial scope to master the fundamentals of online retail before expanding. This allowed for deep learning, optimization of processes, and refinement of the customer experience without being overwhelmed by undue complexity. Third, it exemplifies extreme frugality and resourcefulness. The door desks weren't just a quirky anecdote, they represented a deep-seated belief that every dollar saved could be reinvested into customer value or long-term innovation, not wasted on superficial comforts. This mindset fosters creativity and resilience, enabling a company to do more with less in its critical formative years. For your own practical application, consider these steps. First, when faced with a new venture or a significant challenge, pause and identify the 2,300% growth opportunity in your own field. Where are the fundamental shifts happening? What underlying trends are creating explosive new possibilities? Second, don't try to conquer the world all at once. Like Bezos with books, identify a specific niche or a foundational problem you can solve exceptionally well, and master it completely. This focused approach builds a strong, defensible base of expertise and customer loyalty before venturing into broader territory. Third, embrace frugality and a long-term mindset. Where can you creatively reduce costs not by cutting corners, but by finding more efficient, innovative solutions? And what is your 10-year vision for your project or business, even if it feels daunting today? Thinking far ahead changes your immediate decisions and builds resilience against short-term market fluctuations and competitive pressures. Now, let's pivot from Amazon's origins to a concept that defines its ongoing success: zero-friction retail. What precisely does this mean? In essence, it's about removing every single obstacle, every moment of hesitation, every point of effort between a customer and their desired purchase. It's about making the act of buying so seamless, so intuitive, that it almost disappears into the background, allowing you to focus solely on the product itself, rather than the arduous process of acquiring it. It's an almost invisible efficiency. Think about the traditional retail experience for a moment. You decide you need something. You get dressed, drive to a store, navigate aisles, potentially deal with crowds, search for parking, perhaps find what you need isn't in stock, or realize the price isn't what you expected. Then, you queue up, pay, and drive home. Each of these steps, however minor, represents a point of friction, an opportunity for you to abandon the purchase, to become frustrated, or to simply defer the need. Amazon systematically dissects and eliminates these friction points with an almost surgical precision. How do they achieve this? Through a combination of relentless innovation in technology, logistics, and user experience design. Consider the famous one-click ordering patent, a groundbreaking innovation that allowed customers to complete a purchase with a single click after their initial setup. This wasn't just a minor convenience, it was a revolution in reducing cognitive load, transforming a multi-step process into an instantaneous act. Then there's the streamlined checkout process, devoid of unnecessary steps or confusing forms, minimizing the chances of cart abandonment. Add to that the vast selection, ensuring that what you need is almost always in stock, and often available from multiple sellers at competitive prices, reducing the need to shop around. And, of course, the incredibly lenient and straightforward returns policy, which removes a huge psychological barrier to trying new products, as the risk of dissatisfaction feels minimal. The entire system is engineered for ease, speed, and reliability. To truly bring this home, let's imagine Prime Reading, with access to a rotating selection of ebooks, exclusive discounts at Whole Foods, seamlessly integrating their physical grocery chain, early access to lightning deals, and even unlimited cloud photo storage. Each additional benefit, whether used frequently or occasionally, increases the perceived value of the membership, making it even harder to justify canceling, even if you only use a fraction of what's offered. It's a perpetual value accretion that locks customers in. Let's illustrate this with a real-world storytelling example. Consider Sarah, a busy professional in her 30s. She initially signs up for Prime purely for the convenience of free 2-day shipping during the frantic holiday season, needing gifts delivered quickly to various relatives. The first year, she mostly uses it for that purpose, perhaps ordering a few household items throughout the year as needed. But then, Amazon's sophisticated algorithms start recommending shows on Prime Video that align with her interests, a critically acclaimed drama or a documentary series. She begins watching. Next, she notices the Prime discount at Whole Foods and starts doing her grocery shopping there more frequently, enjoying the perceived savings. She even uses Prime reading for a vacation novel or a new cookbook. Slowly but surely, without consciously deciding to, Sarah's entire consumption ecosystem has shifted. She's not just buying things from Amazon, she's consuming media, saving on groceries, and engaging with multiple facets of the Amazon brand, all driven by that initial annual payment. Canceling Prime now feels like losing out on so much perceived value and convenience, even if the primary reason she signed up is no longer her main driver. She is, in effect, locked in by the very benefits she's accumulated, making the annual renewal a foregone conclusion. Psychologically, why is Prime so effective? It's a masterful application of several behavioral principles. Firstly, the concept of free shipping is incredibly powerful. Once you've paid the annual fee, every subsequent shipment feels free, removing the psychological cost of each individual purchase. This lowers the barrier to impulse buying and makes it easier to justify smaller, more frequent orders, leading to higher overall spend. Secondly, it leverages the sunk cost fallacy. Having invested in the membership, individuals are more likely to continue using Amazon services to justify that initial expense, even if alternative options might be marginally better or cheaper in some instances. The brain hates to feel wasteful. Thirdly, the bundling of services creates a powerful endowment effect. Prime members feel they own these benefits, and parting with them feels like a loss, a phenomenon behavioral economists call loss aversion, which is typically twice as powerful as the desire for gain. Finally, it's a brilliant habit-forming mechanism. The more you use Prime for shopping, entertainment, or groceries, the more integrated it becomes into your daily life, making the decision to renew almost automatic, a seamless part of your routine. It creates a powerful, almost subconscious loyalty that is incredibly difficult to break. For your practical application steps, consider how you might introduce a similar membership effect into your own work or business. Can you bundle value in a way that creates stickiness? This isn't always about a direct subscription with an annual fee. It could be about creating exclusive content for a community, offering special services to long-term clients, or developing a tiered offering where increased commitment unlocks progressively greater benefits. How can you make your customers feel like they're getting immense, compounding value for their engagement, encouraging them to deepen their relationship with you? Think about what free extras you can offer once a certain threshold of commitment is met, turning a one-time transaction into a recurring relationship. The goal is to shift the customer's mindset from transactional to relational, transforming. Chapter 3: The Logistics Empire. Welcome back to the Big Four. In our previous discussions, we explored the foundational philosophies and relentless customer obsession that fuel companies like Amazon. Today, we delve into what many consider Amazon's true, unassailable superpower, its logistics empire. It's not merely an e-commerce giant, it is, at its heart, an unparalleled master of physical distribution, a colossal machine built to deliver. Imagine, for a moment, the seemingly simple act of ordering an item online. You click a button, perhaps on your phone, and within hours or a couple of days, a package arrives at your doorstep. It feels almost magical, doesn't it? But behind that effortless transaction lies a mind-bogglingly complex network of infrastructure, technology, and human ingenuity. This isn't just about putting things in boxes, it's about a highly choreographed, perfectly synchronized ballet of inventory, transportation, and data, all designed to make the world feel smaller and more immediate. Amazon's triumph, in many ways, isn't just about selling you things, but about perfecting the art of getting those things to you faster, more reliably, and often, more affordably than anyone else on the planet. This mastery of the supply chain isn't merely a business advantage, it is a competitive moat of epic proportions, an invisible force field that protects its dominance and makes it exceedingly difficult for competitors to truly challenge its supremacy. Let's dissect this marvel, piece by painstaking piece, to understand how Amazon transforms the prosaic act of moving goods into a strategic weapon. Our journey begins with the very heart of Amazon's physical operations, its vast and intricate fulfillment center network. These aren't your grandfather's dusty warehouses. Oh no. Amazon's fulfillment centers are colossal, often multi-story structures, sprawling across millions of square feet, veritable cities unto themselves. They are marvels of modern engineering, meticulously designed to house, track, and dispatch millions of unique products every single day. Think of them as hyper-efficient, highly automated organisms, constantly breathing in new inventory and exhaling countless packages, all destined for eager customers. The sheer scale is difficult to comprehend. We're talking about facilities that can be larger than 16 football fields, humming with the activity of thousands of employees working alongside an army of robotic assistants, all orchestrating the symphony of rapid product movement. Consider a real-world scenario, one that likely resonates with many of us. Let's say you're browsing Amazon late one evening. You add a new release paperback novel, a specific brand of artisanal coffee beans, and perhaps a quirky gadget, like a smart light bulb, to your cart. These three items, seemingly disparate, might originate from different suppliers, different sections of the fulfillment center, and could even have arrived at the facility on different trucks, days, or weeks apart. Yet, Amazon promises they will arrive together, often tomorrow, sometimes even today. How on earth does that happen? When your order is placed, an intricate system springs into action. The order is routed to the nearest fulfillment center that has all 3 items in stock. Inside, an algorithm determines the most efficient path for a picker, be it a human or a Kiva robot, to retrieve each item. These Kiva robots, small orange autonomous vehicles, slide underneath shelves laden with goods, lift them, and transport them to a human associate. This associate then picks the specific items, scans them, and places them into a tote. The tote then embarks on its own journey, traversing conveyor belts at astonishing speeds, until all 3 items for your order are consolidated at a packing station. Here, another associate, or perhaps a machine, carefully packages them, attaches a shipping label, and sends your package off to the sorting center, then ultimately onto a delivery vehicle. Every item, every pick, every scan, every movement is tracked, optimized, and analyzed. The system even anticipates demand, strategically placing products closer to population centers and predicting what you might want to buy before you even know it yourself, allowing them to pre-position inventory. It's an overwhelming ballet of efficiency, orchestrated by sophisticated software and executed with robotic precision, supplemented by human adaptability. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so profoundly to us as consumers? It's about trust and reducing cognitive load. When you click buy, you aren't thinking about where your book is, or if they have enough coffee. You're simply trusting that it will arrive. This seamless, behind-the-curtain operation creates an illusion of effortlessness. We don't see the complexity, we only experience the outcome, a package at our door. This reduces the mental friction associated with purchasing. We don't have to worry about stock levels, shipping routes, or potential delays. Amazon shoulders all that burden. Translate. It mitigates anxiety. We've all been there, wondering if a package will arrive before we leave for work, or if it's safe on our porch. Amazon's precise tracking and dedicated delivery force reduce this uncertainty, giving us a sense of control over something that would otherwise be out of our hands. It offers a dopamine hit of anticipation, transforming the wait into an almost game-like experience as you watch the little van icon move closer on the map. This personalized touch, even if it's just a fleeting interaction with a driver, fosters a direct connection to the brand. When Amazon drivers are the ones delivering, Amazon owns the entire customer experience, from click to unboxing. This direct control means they can iterate, innovate, and refine every single step without relying on external partners who may have different priorities or service standards. It translates into unmatched reliability, which is a core human desire. We crave consistency and dependability, and Amazon delivers it, literally, to our doorsteps. How can you apply this last mile thinking to your own endeavors? First, identify your ultimate last-mile touchpoint with your customers or clients. What is the very final interaction they have with your product or service? Is it an email confirmation? A follow-up call? The physical delivery of a report? Whatever it is, focus intensely on making that final interaction as smooth, predictable, and positive as possible. Second, consider how you can gain more control over your own last mile. If you outsource a critical part of your service delivery, are you truly happy with the quality and consistency? Could bringing some of that in-house, or creating a more tightly integrated partner network, improve the customer experience? Amazon built its own delivery network because it understood that the final impression often dictates overall satisfaction. For service-based businesses, this might mean refining your onboarding process, simplifying the final delivery of a project, or creating clearer communication channels for support. Third, invest in communication and transparency. If your customers can't physically track a package, can they track the progress of their service request? Can they get real-time updates on a project? Providing precise, timely information about what to expect reduces anxiety and builds trust. Even if you're not delivering physical goods, the principles of predictability and communication from Amazon's last-mile innovations are universally applicable to creating a superior customer journey. Think about the photo proof of delivery. What's your equivalent of tangible evidence that the service or product was delivered as promised, excellently? Finally, we arrive at the competitive moat created by Amazon's relentless pursuit of fast shipping. This isn't just about getting things to you, it's about getting them to you faster than anyone else, and often, making that speed seem effortless and even free through its Prime membership. What began as standard shipping evolved into 2-day delivery, then next day, then same day, and in select urban areas, even delivery within a few hours. This isn't just an incremental improvement, it's a fundamental shift in consumer expectation. The Prime membership ecosystem is the brilliant strategic masterstroke here. For an annual fee, customers get free expedited shipping, along with a bundle of other benefits like streaming video, music, and cloud storage. While the additional services are valuable, the core psychological anchor of Prime for many remains the lightning-fast delivery. The perception of free and fast shipping becomes incredibly sticky. Once you're accustomed to ordering something in the evening and having it arrive by lunchtime the next day, going back to waiting 3 to 5 business days feels like an eternity. Let's visualize this. You wake up on a Saturday morning, remembering that it's your niece's birthday party that afternoon, and you completely forgot a gift. Panic sets in. Your immediate reflex? Check Amazon Prime. You fret. It's an infrastructure investment that creates an almost insurmountable barrier to entry for potential competitors, a testament to long-term vision and relentless operational execution. This mastery of the physical world, however, is only one facet of Amazon's dominance. In our next chapter, we will shift our focus from atoms to bits, from the tangible world of packages to the invisible, yet profoundly powerful, realm of cloud computing, as we explore Amazon Web Services, a division that began as an internal solution and rapidly evolved into the digital backbone of countless businesses worldwide. We'll uncover how Amazon leveraged its internal technological prowess to create another gargantuan, high-margin empire, further cementing its position as one of the Big Four. Chapter 4: The Cloud Computing Cash Cow. Welcome, esteemed listeners, to Chapter 4 of the Big Four. In our previous discussions, we peeled back the layers of some of the most influential companies on the planet, exploring their genesis, their profound impact, and the sheer scale of their ambition. Today, however, we embark on a journey into what is arguably one of the most surprising, and yet profoundly important, aspects of one of these giants, the hidden profit engine of Amazon, Amazon Web Services, or AWS. For many years, the public perception of Amazon was singular, a relentless online retailer, a master of logistics, a purveyor of everything from books to groceries, often operating on razor-thin margins and seemingly prioritizing growth over immediate profit. We saw the vast warehouses, the delivery trucks, the competitive pricing, and perhaps, like me, you often wondered how they made any significant money at all, given the incredible infrastructure and constant innovation required for their retail operations. But what if I told you that the true financial powerhouse, the silent, unassuming titan within Amazon, wasn't the delivery vans or the Prime subscriptions, but rather an entirely different beast altogether? A beast that has quietly, steadily, and incredibly profitably been funding Amazon's grand ambitions, often subsidizing what might appear to be losses or break-even scenarios in its retail arm. This, my friends, is the story of Amazon Web Services, the quintessential cloud computing cash cow. The core concept we're diving into today is precisely this: AWS is not just a side project, it is the hidden, colossal profit engine of Amazon, a technological marvel that has redefined industries and, frankly, keeps the entire Amazon empire humming. It's a business unit that consistently generates staggering profits, often outpacing the entire retail segment, making it not just a significant contributor, but often the dominant financial pillar. Understanding AWS is crucial to grasping the true genius and financial resilience of Amazon as a whole. It's where the real money is made, allowing Amazon to experiment fearlessly in other areas, to invest heavily in logistics and new ventures, and to maintain its notoriously low retail prices. Without AWS, the Amazon we know today, with its sprawling ecosystem and market dominance, simply would not exist. So, let's begin our deep dive by first demystifying AWS itself. What exactly is AWS in simple, understandable terms? Imagine, for a moment, that you are building a house. Traditionally, you'd have to purchase the land, pour the foundation, construct the walls, install the plumbing, connect the electricity, and so on. It's a massive upfront investment, a complex coordination of resources, and once it's built, it's relatively fixed in size and capacity. Now, imagine if instead of building your own house, you could simply rent precisely the amount of space, the exact utilities, and the specific amenities you needed, exactly when you needed them, without ever having to buy a single brick or pour a drop of concrete. And if your family grew, or you needed an extra room for a party, you could simply expand your rental agreement, adding capacity instantaneously. Conversely, if you downsized, you could scale back just as easily, only paying for what you use. This, in essence, is what AWS offers to businesses, but for their computing needs. Instead of buying expensive servers, setting up complex data centers, hiring teams of IT professionals to maintain them, and constantly worrying about security, power, and cooling, businesses can simply rent these resources from AWS. AWS provides on-demand cloud computing services, a vast array of interconnected infrastructure and platform services that include computing power, storage space, databases, networking, analytics, machine learning capabilities, and so much more, all accessible over the Internet. It's like an electricity grid for computing, where you just plug in and consume power as needed, and pay for what you consume. Consider the real-world story of a fledgling STA. The narrative of Amazon as a retail giant is deeply ingrained. We see the competitive pricing, the free 2-day shipping with Prime, the aggressive expansion into new product categories, and the willingness to absorb costs in the pursuit of market share and customer loyalty. This strategy, while brilliant for consumer acquisition and market dominance, rarely screams high profit margin. Indeed, Amazon's retail sector often reports relatively modest profits, or sometimes even operating losses, particularly when factoring in the massive investments in logistics, fulfillment centers, and new technologies like drone delivery or cashier-less stores. But behind this consumer-facing facade, AWS has been quietly, consistently, and incredibly profitably generating a vast stream of revenue and, more importantly, profit. Think of it like this: Amazon built an unparalleled global infrastructure for its own retail needs, massive data centers, redundant networks, sophisticated software for managing scale and security. They poured billions into this infrastructure to handle the peaks of Black Friday, Prime Day, and everyday operations. At some point, the shrewd minds at Amazon realized, why only use this incredible, robust infrastructure for ourselves? Why not offer it as a service to other businesses? And thus, AWS was born, effectively turning Amazon's internal operational cost center into an external revenue-generating powerhouse. The beauty of this model is twofold. First, Amazon's retail operations continue to be a massive internal customer for AWS, ensuring continuous utilization and serving as a real-world testing ground for new features. The very infrastructure that handles Prime Day's immense transaction volume is built on AWS. Second, by selling this capacity to external customers, AWS benefits from economies of scale that are almost unparalleled. The cost of running a data center doesn't increase linearly with the number of customers, it actually becomes more efficient the more customers you have. This allows AWS to offer competitive pricing while maintaining incredibly high profit margins, margins that are simply unattainable in the cutthroat world of retail. When Amazon reports its quarterly earnings, it's often AWS that stands out as the shining star, the segment that reliably delivers significant operating income, often making up for the thinner profits or greater investments in the retail sector. AWS's profit margins are typically in the high 20s or low 30s%, a stark contrast to retail's low single digits. A powerful real-world example illustrating this symbiotic relationship and subsidization comes to mind when considering Amazon's annual Prime Day. On this particular sales event, Amazon offers incredible discounts across a multitude of products, driving unprecedented traffic and sales volumes to its e-commerce platform. The sheer computational and logistical challenge of processing millions of transactions per minute, managing inventory across global warehouses, and coordinating rapid deliveries is mind-boggling. This entire operation, from the website front-end to the back-end databases and analytics, runs on AWS. Imagine the financial implications if Amazon had to build and maintain all that peak capacity infrastructure solely for its retail business. The cost would be astronomical, sitting idle for much of the year, a colossal inefficiency. Instead, because AWS provides this infrastructure as a service, not only does Amazon's retail arm pay for what it uses, but so do countless other businesses around the globe, meaning that the foundational costs of that infrastructure are distributed across millions of customers. The revenue from AWS not only covers its own operational costs but generates substantial surplus, which Amazon can then reinvest into its retail arm, into R&D for new projects like Alexa, or into strategic acquisitions, thereby creating a virtuous cycle of growth and innovation. Psychologically, this dynamic reveals a profound lesson in strategic business planning and the illusion of public power. A classic real-world example of cloud dominance in action is Netflix. Early on, Netflix made the bold and strategically prescient decision to move its entire infrastructure from its own data centers to AWS. This was a monumental undertaking but proved to be incredibly foresightful. It allowed Netflix to scale globally with unprecedented speed and resilience, handling billions of hours of streaming content for hundreds of millions of subscribers worldwide, often experiencing massive, unpredictable spikes in demand. Could Netflix have achieved its current global scale and consistent service quality without the elasticity and robustness of AWS? It's highly unlikely. This strategic move enabled them to focus purely on content creation and user experience, leaving the complex, heavy lifting of infrastructure management to AWS. This story serves as a powerful testament to the transformative potential of fully embracing cloud computing, showcasing how it can enable rapid growth and provide a competitive edge in a fast-evolving market. Psychologically, the future of cloud dominance speaks to the inevitability of digital transformation and the constant pressure on businesses to adapt or be left behind. There's a collective understanding now that technology isn't just a support function, it's a core driver of business strategy and survival. The fear of obsolescence, the desire for efficiency, and the need for innovation all push businesses towards embracing cloud solutions. It taps into our human desire for progress and simplification, offering a promise of offloading complexity to experts so we can focus on our unique value proposition. This ongoing shift also highlights the continuous evolution of technological skills. What was once considered a niche IT role is now a critical business competency, as the ability to leverage cloud platforms becomes paramount for success. It signifies a future where access to vast computational power is democratized, shifting the competitive landscape from who can afford the most hardware to who can best utilize and innovate with the available cloud services. For your practical application steps in navigating this future, consider these points. Firstly, whether you're a student, a professional, or a retiree, understanding cloud computing basics is becoming as fundamental as understanding the Internet itself. Explore free courses or resources offered by AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud to grasp the core concepts. Knowing this will empower you to make informed decisions and better understand the technological underpinnings of our modern world. Secondly, for those in business, actively evaluate your organization's cloud strategy. Are you optimizing your existing cloud investments? Are you exploring newer services like serverless computing or AI platforms to drive innovation? Continuous learning and adaptation in this space are not optional, they are essential for long-term viability. Finally, for those considering career paths, cloud computing skills are in extremely high demand. Whether it's cloud architecture, security, development, or operations, specializing in this area offers robust career opportunities and significant growth potential for decades to come. Embracing this future means positioning yourself, and your organization, to thrive in an increasingly digitized and interconnected world. In summary, Chapter 4 has pulled back the curtain on one of the most astonishing yet often underestimated facets of modern business, Amazon Web Services, the hidden profit engine of the Amazon empire. We've seen how AWS, far from being a mere subsidiary, is the financial bedrock that allows Amazon to pursue its audacious retail strategies, to innovate relentlessly, and to continue its global expansion. We explored how AWS provides on-demand computing power, storage, and a plethora of services, democratizing access to enterprise-grade IT infrastructure for businesses of all sizes. Through real-world examples like the startup leveraging cloud flexibility and Netflix's strategic migration, we've understood the P. Chapter 5, Apple, the Luxury Badge. Welcome back to the Big Four. In our previous discussions, we've delved into the foundational elements that define these colossal entities, exploring their origins, their initial disruptive forces, and the sheer scale of their ambition. Today, we turn our attention to a company that, in many ways, stands apart, not just as a technology leader, but as a master alchemist, transforming silicon and glass into something far more ethereal, a symbol of luxury, an emblem of status, and a badge of identity. We are, of course, talking about Apple. Chapter 5, Apple, the Luxury Badge. For decades, the tech industry primarily competed on specifications, on raw power, on the sheer number of features packed into a device. It was a race to be faster, lighter, with more megapixels, or a longer battery life. But Apple, under the visionary guidance of its founders and subsequent leaders, didn't just participate in this race, it transcended it. Apple embarked on a journey that would redefine the very nature of technology consumption, shifting it from a purely functional purchase to an aspirational one, effectively transitioning from a tech company to a luxury brand. Think about it for a moment. When you consider luxury, your mind might conjure images of high-end automobiles, exquisite timepieces, or designer apparel. Would you typically include a smartphone or a laptop in that category? A decade or two ago, the answer would almost certainly have been no. Today, however, with Apple products, that answer is a resounding yes for millions around the globe. This isn't just about selling electronics, it's about selling an experience, an identity, a promise of belonging to a certain echelon. How did they achieve this extraordinary feat? How did Apple elevate what is essentially a utilitarian tool, a phone, a computer, to the same emotional plane as a Rolex or a Louis Vuitton handbag? It's a complex tapestry woven from brilliant marketing, relentless focus on design, and an unwavering commitment to an integrated ecosystem. Let's unpack this fascinating transformation, beginning with the meticulous artistry behind Apple's branding strategy. Apple's branding strategy is perhaps one of the most studied and emulated in modern business, yet rarely replicated with the same depth of success. They don't just sell products, they sell stories, emotions, and aspirations. Their marketing campaigns are not typically filled with detailed specification comparisons or benchmark results. Instead, they focus on the feeling of using an Apple product, the way it seamlessly integrates into your life, enhancing creativity, productivity, and connection. Consider for a moment their globally recognized Shot on iPhone campaign. This wasn't an advertisement that delved into the intricacies of the iPhone's camera sensor, or boasted about its aperture settings, or highlighted its computational photography algorithms. No. Instead, Apple simply showcased breathtaking, evocative, and often deeply personal photographs and videos, all captured using an iPhone. These weren't professional studio shots, they were often user-submitted, vibrant slices of life, a stunning sunset, a child's joyful face, a majestic mountain landscape, a bustling city street scene. The beauty was in the authenticity and the undeniable quality of the images. What was the profound psychological impact of this strategy? It played directly into our innate desire for creativity, for capturing life's fleeting moments in perfect clarity, and for personal expression. By demonstrating that ordinary people could achieve extraordinary photographic results with their device, Apple tapped into an aspirational current. It told us, implicitly, that if we owned an iPhone, we too could capture such beauty, that we too possessed an innate artistic eye waiting to be unleashed. The campaign didn't sell megapixels, it sold the potential for artistic creation, the joy of memory preservation, and the ease with which these could be achieved. It removed the barrier of expensive, complex camera equipment and replaced it with a sleek, intuitive device that fit in your pocket. This fostered a sense of identification. If they can do it, so can I. It painted the iPhone not merely as a camera, but as a gateway to self-expression, associating the brand with innovation, elegance, and creative empowerment. It cultivated a halo effect, where the perceived excellence in one area photography extended to the entire product and brand, reinforcing the notion of Apple as a creator of superior, elegant tools. So, how can you apply this powerful lesson to your own endeavors, whether personal or professional? The practical application here is to shift your focus from simply enumerating features to articulating the emotional benefits and the aspirational identity your offering provides. Ask yourself, what lifestyle are you selling? What feeling are you evoking in your customers? Instead of saying our software has 25 new functions, perhaps you say, our software liberates an hour of your day, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. Instead of this product is made with durable materials, consider this product is an investment in reliability, designed to accompany you through life's biggest moments. Embrace simplicity in your communication and design, mirroring Apple's minimalist aesthetic, which itself projects confidence and sophistication. Cultivate a sense of community around your brand, inviting users to share their experiences and become advocates, just as Apple did by featuring their photos. Remember, people don't buy products, they buy better versions of themselves, or solutions to their problems, or a sense of belonging. Moving beyond the clever marketing, let's explore the pervasive phenomenon of tech as a status symbol, with Apple firmly at its zenith. In our increasingly digitized world, the devices we carry have become extensions of our identity, silent arbiters of our social standing and personal taste. Apple products, more than any other tech brand, have mastered the art of becoming digital bling, modern-day totems that communicate far more than their functionality. Take, for instance, the ubiquitous AirPods. When they first launched, many scoffed at their unusual design and premium price tag. They look like toothbrush heads, some joked. Yet, within a few short years, those distinctive white earbuds became an unmistakable signal. Walking through any city, from New York to Tokyo, you'd see them dangling from countless ears, an immediate visual cue that the wearer was connected, perhaps financially comfortable, and definitely in the know regarding the latest tech trends. They stood out in a sea of generic black wires and bulky headphones. What was the psychological magic at play here? This is a prime example of conspicuous consumption, a concept famously explored by sociologist Thorstein Veblen. People acquire and display certain goods not just for their utility, but consistent performance, robust security updates, and a generally excellent customer service experience all contribute to a feeling of peace of mind, making the premium price seem justified as an investment in a hassle-free, dependable digital life. For those of you seeking to build enduring value and command respectful pricing in your own ventures, the practical application here is profound. Firstly, focus on delivering an integrated experience, not just a standalone product. How do all parts of your offering, from initial discovery to post-purchase support, work together seamlessly to create a delightful and cohesive journey for your customer? This holistic approach builds loyalty that individual features cannot. Secondly, invest relentlessly in perceived quality through superior design, premium materials, and exceptional customer service. This doesn't necessarily mean using the most expensive components, but rather ensuring that every touchpoint exudes thoughtfulness and reliability. Don't shy away from premium pricing if you can genuinely justify the value and experience you deliver. Lastly, endeavor to create an ecosystem around your core offering that continuously provides value and makes it less appealing for customers to leave. This could be through complementary services, community engagement, or simply by making your core product indispensable through its reliable integration with other aspects of your customers' lives. Highlight the long-term value, durability, and even the strong resale value of your product if applicable, positioning it as an investment rather than a disposable item. In summary, Apple's journey from a niche computer company to a global luxury icon is a masterclass in strategic branding, psychological insight, and integrated business execution. They have brilliantly demonstrated that in the modern marketplace, true competitive advantage often lies not in raw specifications, but in the art of aspiration. They've shown us how to sell not just a product, but a coveted identity, a seamless experience, and a badge of belonging. Their transformation teaches us that by meticulously crafting a compelling narrative, understanding the deep-seated human desire for status and self-expression, and relentlessly focusing on an integrated, premium experience, any brand can elevate itself beyond mere utility. As we conclude this chapter on Apple, reflecting on their remarkable journey to becoming the undisputed luxury badge of the digital age, we've seen how they've harnessed emotional connection and aspirational desire to build an empire. In our next chapter, we will shift our focus to another titan among the Big Four, a company that has, in a very different but equally pervasive manner, reshaped our world, Google. We will explore how Google moved beyond being merely a search engine to becoming the invisible architect of our digital lives, delving into the extraordinary power of data, and the intricate ways it shapes our perceptions and choices. Join us as we uncover the fascinating mechanisms behind Google's omnipresent influence. Chapter 6: The Walled Garden. Welcome back, dear listener, to the Big Four. In our previous discussions, we peeled back the layers of innovation, examined the relentless pursuit of growth, and marveled at the sheer scale of ambition that defines these tech behemoths. Today, we step into a concept that is perhaps the most insidious, yet incredibly powerful, aspect of their dominance: the walled garden. This isn't a literal garden, of course, but a carefully constructed digital ecosystem designed for ultimate customer retention and, as you'll soon understand, profound ecosystem lock-in. Imagine a beautiful, sprawling estate, enclosed by magnificent, impenetrable walls. Inside, everything you could possibly desire is available. The air is fresh, the amenities are world-class, and moving from one elegant chamber to another is effortless. The inhabitants feel secure, pampered, and truly at home. But what happens if you ever wish to leave? What if you want to explore the world beyond those majestic walls? That, my friends, is where the real genius, and the real power, of the walled garden reveals itself. It's an environment where convenience and comfort are traded for a subtle, yet firm, relinquishing of choice and freedom. This chapter is all about understanding how the Big Four, particularly companies like Apple, masterfully cultivate these digital havens, making them incredibly attractive to enter, and remarkably difficult to exit. Our journey into the walled garden will focus on three critical aspects: the seamless integration of devices and services, the formidable switching costs that users face, and the intriguing phenomenon of platform monopolies, such as the App Store. Each of these elements contributes to a larger strategy of customer retention, ensuring that once you're inside, you're not just a customer, but an integral part of their universe. Are you ready to explore the intricate design of these digital sanctuaries? Let's begin with the first pillar of the walled garden: the seamless integration of Apple devices. Have you ever noticed how effortlessly an iPhone talks to a Mac, or how your Apple Watch immediately syncs with your iPad? This isn't magic, although it often feels that way. It's the result of meticulous engineering and a deliberate strategy to make their entire product line function as one cohesive unit. Think about it: when you receive a text message on your iPhone, it instantly appears on your Mac and your Apple Watch. You can start typing an email on your iPad and seamlessly finish it on your MacBook without missing a beat, thanks to features like handoff. Photos taken on your iPhone are immediately available on all your other Apple devices via iCloud. AirDrop allows for instant file sharing between nearby Apple products. The experience is designed to be frictionless, intuitive, and, dare I say, almost invisible in its efficiency. To truly grasp the impact of this seamless integration, let me tell you about Sarah. Sarah is a marketing consultant who has been an Apple user for over a decade. Her day typically begins with her Apple Watch gently vibrating, delivering her morning news headlines and reminding her to stand. As she prepares for her workday, she glances at her iPad, which is displaying her to-do list, automatically updated from her Mac the night before. She settles down at her desk, opens her MacBook Pro, and immediately sees a notification for a client email that just arrived on her iPhone. Without even touching her phone, she clicks the notification on her Mac, types out a detailed response, and sends it, all while her iPhone rests charging nearby. Later, during a quick break, she uses her iPhone to snap a picture of her new desk plant. A few seconds later, she's able to drag and drop that very photo directly into a presentation she's building on her Mac, completely bypassing any messy file transfers or uploads. When her phone rings, she can answer it directly from her MacBook, headphones plugged in, without ever reaching for her handset. In the evening, she might AirPlay a movie from her iPad to her Apple TV. Thirdly, it creates a powerful sense of completeness and belonging. You're not just buying individual gadgets, you're buying into an entire coherent system, a carefully curated digital world where everything just works together. This fosters a feeling of being part of an exclusive, high-quality experience. Finally, and perhaps most powerfully, it builds habits. When your daily routines become intertwined with this fluid ecosystem, checking messages on your watch, taking calls on your laptop, sharing files instantly, breaking those habits feels like an unnecessary hurdle. The system becomes an extension of your own routine, almost second nature. So, how can you, as a listener and perhaps a business owner or aspiring innovator, apply these insights? The practical application steps are crucial. Firstly, analyze your own product or service for integration opportunities. Are you creating standalone solutions, or are you thinking about how your offerings can interact and complement each other? Look for ways to connect the dots in your customer's journey, making their experience more fluid across different touch points. Secondly, identify existing friction points in your customer's interaction with your brand or product. Where do they get stuck? Where do they experience frustration? Then, brainstorm how a deeper integration of your services or products could smooth out those rough edges. Think beyond individual features, consider the entire customer life cycle. Thirdly, don't just focus on hardware, think about how services can bind your offerings together. iCloud is a perfect example of a service that acts as the glue for Apple's hardware ecosystem. What glue can you develop for your own customers? It could be a unified data storage system, a shared user profile across different products, or a subscription service that offers cross-platform benefits. The goal is to make the entire experience so compelling and effortless that moving away seems like an arduous and unnecessary task. This brings us directly to our second key point, the significant switching costs for users. You've felt the comfort of the walled garden, experienced the seamless integration. It's wonderful, isn't it? But what happens when, for whatever reason, you consider stepping outside? This is where the concept of switching costs becomes incredibly relevant. Switching costs aren't just about the monetary expense of buying new hardware or software. They encompass a much broader spectrum of investments, the time and effort required to learn a new system, the emotional cost of abandoning familiar interfaces, the potential loss of data or functionality, and the sheer inconvenience of migrating your entire digital life. These costs create a powerful deterrent, effectively locking users into the ecosystem. Let me introduce you to David, a quintessential example of someone deeply embedded in the Apple ecosystem. David has been an iPhone user since the very first model. Over the years, he's accumulated thousands of photos and videos, all meticulously organized and stored in iCloud. He's purchased hundreds of apps, some costing a significant amount, many of which are exclusive to iOS or have better functionality within the Apple environment. He relies on his Apple Watch to track his fitness and receive notifications, and all that precious health data is tied to his Apple ID. His entire family is also on iPhones, making group chats via iMessage and shared photo albums incredibly convenient. They even share app purchases through Apple's family sharing feature. Recently, David started considering switching to a new, highly rated Android phone that offered some innovative features his iPhone didn't. He spent an afternoon researching. The initial excitement quickly gave way to a growing sense of dread. How would he move all his photos from iCloud to a new cloud service without losing resolution or metadata? What about all his purchased apps? Would he have to buy them all again on the Android platform, assuming they even existed? His Apple Watch would become a useless gad. To illustrate this, let's meet Emily, a brilliant independent game developer. Emily poured her heart and soul into creating Pixel Quests, a charming, innovative puzzle game she believes will captivate mobile gamers. Her primary target audience: iPhone users, because of the sheer volume and engagement of that demographic. She spends months coding, designing, and polishing, driven by the dream of seeing her creation on millions of devices. When Pixel Quests is finally ready, Emily faces a critical reality: her only path to those users is through the Apple App Store. She meticulously reviews Apple's Developer Program License Agreement, a lengthy document dictating everything from user privacy to content guidelines and, most importantly, the rules for in-app purchases. She knows she must build her game around Apple's payment system, and that 30% of every sale, every subscription, every in-game currency purchase will go directly to Apple. She cannot offer her players an alternative payment method, nor can she even inform them that there might be a website where they could purchase game items directly at a lower price. If she deviates from any of Apple's rules, her app can be rejected, or worse, removed from the store entirely, effectively cutting off her entire business. Emily understands the immense reach and trust the App Store provides. Users feel safe downloading apps from a vetted source. But she also feels the heavy hand of dependence. Her creative freedom, her business model, and her very livelihood are inextricably tied to the decisions and policies of a single entity. She is operating, quite literally, within a walled garden that someone else owns and controls. From a psychological perspective, the App Store monopoly creates a fascinating dynamic for both users and developers. For users, it cultivates a powerful sense of trust and security. Apple has successfully marketed the App Store as a safe, curated environment free from malware and low-quality applications. This perception of security, built on Apple's stringent review process, makes users less inclined to seek out alternative, potentially riskier sources for apps, even if they existed. It's an example of the halo effect. Apple's overall brand reputation for quality and privacy extends to the App Store. For developers like Emily, the psychological impact is more complex, often leading to a form of learned helplessness. They understand that their fate is largely in the hands of a single gatekeeper. While they benefit from access to a massive user base, they also internalize the understanding that their business decisions, pricing strategies, and even design choices are ultimately subject to Apple's approval. This can stifle innovation that might challenge Apple's own services or revenue streams. Furthermore, the 30% commission, while high, becomes an anchored expectation within this specific market. Developers often lament it, but they've come to accept it as the cost of doing business within this lucrative garden. Now, let's consider the practical application steps for you, the insightful listener, in light of the App Store monopoly. Firstly, identify the crucial distribution channels or platforms in your own industry. Who are the gatekeepers? Whether it's a dominant e-commerce platform, a major social media network, or a proprietary software ecosystem, understanding these power dynamics is essential. Secondly, meticulously understand the rules and economics dictated by these gatekeepers. What are the commission structures? What are the content guidelines? What limitations might they impose on your business model or customer interactions? Being fully aware of these constraints allows you to strategize effectively. Thirdly, explore how you might create your own platform within a platform, or, if viable, find alternative distribution methods. Can you build a strong direct-to-consumer relationship that reduces your reliance on a single intermediary? Can you diversify your distribution across multiple platforms, even if one is dominant? For established business. Chapter 7, Privacy as a Premium Product. Welcome back to the Big Four, where we dissect the strategies and impacts of the world's most influential technology companies. In our journey so far, we've explored the sheer scale of their operations, the relentless pursuit of innovation, and the intricate ways they've reshaped our digital landscape. Today, we turn our attention to a fascinating and increasingly vital aspect of this landscape, the strategic commoditization of privacy. Our focus in this chapter, Chapter 7, Privacy as a Premium Product, will primarily be on Apple, a company that has masterfully positioned privacy not merely as a feature, but as a core tenet of its brand identity and, crucially, a significant driver of its formidable profits. Think for a moment about the ubiquitous nature of data in our modern world. It's the invisible currency that fuels much of the internet economy, collected, analyzed, and traded with a voracious appetite by countless entities. While many tech giants, including some we've discussed, have built empires on the back of data-driven advertising and personalization, Apple has chosen a distinctly different path, one that increasingly resonates with a privacy-conscious populace. They've effectively carved out a niche where privacy isn't an afterthought or a compliance checkbox, but a premium selling point, a fundamental differentiator that justifies their higher prices and fosters unparalleled brand loyalty. How exactly does Apple leverage privacy for profit, you might ask? It's a multifaceted approach, deeply embedded in their product design, marketing, and overall business philosophy. Unlike many of its counterparts, Apple's primary revenue stream doesn't come from selling your data to advertisers. Their business model is beautifully straightforward, at least on the surface. They sell hardware, iPhones, Macs, iPads, Apple Watches, and increasingly, a growing suite of services like Apple Music, iCloud, and the App Store. You, the customer, are paying directly for the product, and in return, Apple can credibly promise a different relationship with your data. This fundamental divergence in business models is the bedrock upon which their entire privacy strategy is built. When your profit hinges on the sale of a physical device or a subscription service, rather than the intricate profiling of user behavior for ad targeting, your incentives inherently align more closely with the user's desire for privacy. Let's delve deeper into this critical distinction by contrasting Apple's business model with the pervasive ad-based models that dominate much of the Internet. Consider the vast ecosystems of Google and Facebook, for instance. Their core offerings, from search engines to social media platforms, are often free to the end user. But as the old adage goes, if you're not paying for the product, you are the product. These companies excel at collecting an enormous trove of data about your browsing habits, your location, your interests, your social connections, and even your health data, all of which is then meticulously aggregated, anonymized to varying degrees, and used to power highly targeted advertisements. This personalized advertising machine is incredibly effective and profitable, delivering billions in revenue annually by connecting advertisers with precisely the right audiences at the right time. Now, imagine yourself in a bustling digital marketplace. On one side, you have vibrant stalls offering an array of free goods, but with the subtle understanding that your personal details, your shopping list, and your browsing patterns are being noted down, analyzed, and then whispered to other merchants to entice you with more tailored offers. On the other side, you have a smaller, perhaps more exclusive, boutique. Here, you pay a higher price upfront for a beautifully crafted item, but the transaction is clear: you buy the product, and your shopping experience, your preferences, are kept strictly confidential within the boutique's walls. That, in essence, is the difference Apple strives to embody. Let's illustrate this with a tangible example: navigation apps. You have Google Maps, a phenomenal tool that offers incredible functionality, often suggesting nearby restaurants, shops, and personalized routes. It's deeply integrated with your Google account, allowing for seamless recommendations and a highly tailored experience. But underlying this convenience is a continuous stream of data collection: your location history, your search queries for places, your preferred modes of transport, all contributing to a richer profile that, in turn, informs personalized ads across Google's vast network. Then, you have Apple Maps. While it has evolved significantly over the years to become a powerful competitor, its fundamental approach to privacy differs. Apple emphasizes on-device intelligence and processing wherever possible, meaning much of your location data and navigation patterns are analyzed locally on your iPhone, rather than being constantly uploaded to Apple's servers for pervasive profiling. If data does need to be sent to the cloud, Apple often employs techniques like differential privacy and anonymization to obscure individual user identities. They don't have an ad network fueled by your navigation history in the same way Google does. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so profoundly to us as users? It taps into a fundamental human need for control and autonomy. In an increasingly data-driven world, the feeling of being constantly observed, profiled, and predicted can be unsettling, even if we intellectually understand the supposed benefits of personalization. There's a subconscious. Don't bury your privacy practices in dense legal documents. Make them simple, clear, and easy for the average user to understand. Give users genuine, granular control over their data, rather than making it an arduous task to manage. Even if it means sacrificing some short-term data collection opportunities, the long-term dividend of customer trust and loyalty will far outweigh those costs. For individuals, actively engage with these prompts. Don't just tap allow without thinking. Understand what you are consenting to, and make choices that align with your personal comfort level regarding data sharing. Ultimately, all these elements converge into the most valuable asset any brand can possess: trust. How does privacy, specifically, build this coveted brand trust? It's a foundational element. Imagine trying to build a house on shifting sands. That's akin to building a brand without trust. In the digital age, where breaches are common, and data misuse stories frequently hit the headlines, trust has become a scarce and therefore premium commodity. Apple's unwavering stance on privacy cultivates a deep sense of security, reliability, and ethical conduct. When users feel their sensitive information, their communications, their financial data, their health metrics, their private thoughts captured in notes or photos, is genuinely protected on an Apple device, it fosters an almost unparalleled level of confidence and loyalty. Consider a scenario: a young professional is deciding between two high-end smartphones. Both offer similar processing power, camera quality, and app ecosystems. However, one brand has a well-publicized history of data breaches or ambiguous privacy practices, while the other, Apple, has consistently marketed itself as a privacy-first company. Even if the Apple device comes with a slightly higher price tag, the professional might instinctively lean towards it. Why? Because the peace of mind knowing their personal and professional data is more secure is invaluable. It's not just about the tangible features, it's about the intangible assurance, the feeling that they are making a responsible and safe choice for their digital life. This psychological benefit often outweighs pure cost considerations. This feeling of security isn't limited to general data. It extends to highly sensitive areas. When people use Apple Pay, they feel secure because of features like tokenization, where their actual card number isn't shared with merchants. When they store health data in the Health app, they trust that this highly personal information is encrypted and protected, not being monetized or shared without their explicit consent. This trust creates a halo effect where confidence in one aspect of the brand privacy spills over into an overall positive perception of the company's ethics and reliability. It means customers are not only willing to pay more for Apple products, but they are also more likely to stay within the Apple ecosystem, purchasing more services and upgrading to newer devices, because the perceived cost of switching, the perceived loss of that privacy and security, is too high. From a psychological standpoint, trust is a fundamental human need. We seek predictability and safety in our interactions. In the digital realm, where so much is opaque and complex, a brand that offers simplicity and transparent protection fulfills this need powerfully. It reduces cognitive load, allowing us to use technology without constant anxiety about surveillance or exploitation. This peace of mind isn't just a marketing slogan, it's a profound psychological benefit that customers inherently value, and they demonstrate that value with their wallets. For businesses seeking to emulate this, the lesson is profound. Genuine trust isn't built overnight or through superficial campaigns. It requires consistent, transparent action and a clear alignment between your stated values and your actual practices. Prioritize the user's best interest, even if it means foregoing some short-term data advantages. Invest in robust security and priv. Chapter 8, Facebook, the Attention Economy. Welcome back. In our journey through the Big Four, we've explored how these monolithic companies have reshaped industries, economies, and our very understanding of technology. Now, we turn our gaze to a behemoth that has arguably had the most profound, most personal impact on our daily lives, Facebook. This isn't merely a technology company, it is the architect of the attention economy, a master craftsman of human psychology, and a platform that has redefined what it means to be connected in the 21st century. How did a platform that began as a simple online directory for college students evolve into a global phenomenon, connecting billions, and influencing everything from political discourse to purchasing decisions? The answer lies in its meticulous understanding and masterful manipulation of the psychology of social media engagement. Facebook, and its family of applications including Instagram and WhatsApp, has tapped directly into the deepest human desires, the need for belonging, the craving for validation, and the innate curiosity about the lives of others. It's an intricate dance between technology and our primal instincts, orchestrated on an unprecedented scale. Let's begin by dissecting the very engine of engagement that keeps us scrolling, liking, and sharing, the dopamine loop of social media. Have you ever found yourself in a quiet moment, perhaps waiting for a friend, or during a quick break, and instinctively reached for your phone, unlocking it and navigating to a social media app almost without conscious thought? This isn't an accident, it's the result of carefully engineered psychological triggers. Consider Sarah, a busy marketing professional who finds herself with a rare 5-minute lull between virtual meetings. Her mind, still buzzing from the previous discussion, seeks a quick diversion, a brief escape. Her thumb, almost autonomously, navigates to the familiar blue and white icon. As the app loads, there's a subtle but palpable sense of anticipation. What will she see? Has anyone commented on her recent post? Are there new updates from her friends? The feed refreshes, and immediately, she sees a notification, 3 new likes on your photo. A tiny, almost imperceptible surge of pleasure washes over her. She scrolls further. A friend has posted vacation photos, beautiful, curated, aspirational. Another colleague shared a thought-provoking article. She pauses, reads a few sentences, perhaps even considers sharing it herself. Before she knows it, 5 minutes have stretched into 10, then 15, and the next meeting notification jars her back to reality, leaving her with a lingering sense of having been absorbed, perhaps even slightly drained, by the digital current. What just happened to Sarah, and indeed, what happens to countless millions every single moment of every day? It's a classic example of a psychological principle known as the variable ratio reinforcement schedule, a concept famously explored by B.F. Skinner. Imagine a slot machine. You never know when the next payout will come, but you know it could come with the very next pull. This unpredictability is far more addictive than a fixed reward. On social media, the payout isn't money, it's social validation in the form of likes, comments, shares, or simply the discovery of something novel or entertaining. Each refresh of the feed, each notification, is a pull of the lever. You don't know what you'll get, but the possibility of a rewarding hit, a compliment, a humorous meme, a heartwarming story, a piece of news that confirms your worldview keeps you coming back, again and again. At the core of this mechanism is dopamine, a neurotransmitter often associated with pleasure. However, dopamine's primary role isn't necessarily in the experience of pleasure itself, but in the anticipation of pleasure and in driving motivated behavior. When Sarah saw those 3 new likes, it wasn't just the pleasure of recognition, it was the entire pathway leading up to that moment, the expectation, the search, the reward, all mediated by dopamine. Furthermore, humans are profoundly social creatures. Our survival throughout evolutionary history depended on our ability to connect, to belong, to be accepted by our tribe. Social validation, even in the form of a digital like, taps directly into this ancient, fundamental need. To be seen, to be heard, to be acknowledged, these are powerful motivators. Social media platforms expertly leverage this, creating an environment where our sense of self-worth can, at times, become inextricably linked to external digital affirmations. This creates a powerful feedback loop. We post, we seek validation, we get a hit of dopamine, we feel good or at least less anxious, and we're incentivized to repeat the cycle. This loop is further amplified by the fear of missing out, or FOMO, and the relentless social comparison that permeates our feeds, compelling us to stay up to date and perpetually engaged. The algorithms, of course, are designed to optimize this loop, learning what keeps you engaged and serving you more of it, creating an almost bespoke stream of attention-grabbing content. So, how can we navigate this pervasive psychological loop more consciously? The first step is awareness. Simply recognizing when you are caught in this cycle is profoundly empowering. Practical applications include systematically turning off non-essential notifications on your phone. Those constant pings are designed to break your concentration and pull you back into the app. Reclaim your focus by controlling these external triggers. Secondly, consider implementing time limits for social media apps. Many smartphones and apps now offer built-in tools to set daily usage caps. Treat these not as restrictions, but as guardians of your precious time and attention. Thirdly, practice mindful checking. Before you open a social media app, pause for a moment and ask yourself, why am I doing this? What is my intention? Is it to connect with a specific person, to seek out particular information, or merely to fill a void? If it's the latter, perhaps there's a more fulfilling alternative. Finally, consider scheduling your social media engagement. Instead of letting it randomly punctuate your day, designate specific times for checking updates, just as you might schedule a work task or a break. This transforms passive consumption into intentional engagement, giving you agency over your digital interactions. Now, let's zoom out from the individual experience to truly grasp the monumental scale of Facebook. Your feed is a reflection of your choices. Make it a positive and enriching one. Finally, understand your privacy settings. Facebook collects vast amounts of data on its users, which is the engine behind its advertising business. Take the time to review and adjust your privacy settings to control what information you share and who can see it. This isn't about hiding, it's about making informed choices regarding your digital footprint. Finally, let's delve into a subtle yet profound shift that has occurred on Facebook, the transition from a platform primarily focused on genuine connection to one increasingly geared towards passive consumption. Do you remember the early days of Facebook? For many, it was a place to reconnect with old high school friends, share personal updates with family, and organize events with close-knit groups. The emphasis felt squarely on social. But what does it feel like today? Consider David, a retired teacher who joined Facebook over a decade ago with genuine excitement. He saw it as a wonderful way to keep up with his children and grandchildren who lived far away, and to rekindle friendships with former colleagues from across the country. He would share photos from his garden, post updates about his travels, and comment thoughtfully on family members' milestones. It felt like a warm, digital extension of his community. However, over the past few years, David has noticed a change. His feed, once dominated by personal updates from his inner circle, now seems to be a relentless stream of sponsored content, viral videos from creators he doesn't know, news articles he hadn't sought out, and posts from public figures he barely recognizes. He finds himself scrolling endlessly, passively consuming content without truly engaging. The sense of intimate connection has been diluted, replaced by a feeling of being a mere spectator in a vast, noisy digital arena. He spends more time watching short, algorithmically selected clips than he does interacting with his actual friends, and often closes the app feeling more drained and less connected than when he opened it. This shift isn't accidental, it's a direct consequence of Facebook's evolution and its business model. Initially, the platform prioritized the social graph, the network of real-world relationships. But as it scaled, the imperative to monetize attention became paramount. Attention, in the digital economy, is currency. And what better way to capture and hold attention than to feed users a constant stream of highly engaging, often sensational or emotionally resonant, content. The algorithms are now optimized not just for interaction, but for time spent on the platform. Passive consumption, like watching an endless stream of videos, is incredibly effective at maximizing time spent. It requires less effort from the user than crafting a thoughtful post or engaging in a deep conversation, making it easier for the algorithm to serve. The psychological consequence of this shift is multifaceted. We move from being active participants in a social space to passive consumers of an entertainment and information stream. This can lead to what psychologists call parasocial relationships, the illusion of intimacy with public figures, influencers, or content creators whom we don't actually know. We follow their lives, consume their content, and feel a sense of connection, but it's a one-sided connection that offers none of the reciprocal benefits of genuine friendship. Furthermore, the curated highlight reels presented by others on the platform, often showcasing only the best moments of their lives, can foster a culture of comparison, leading to feelings of inadequacy, envy, and dissatisfaction with one's own life. We compare our unfiltered realities to others' carefully constructed digital facades, and it's an unwinnable game. The platform that promised to bring us closer can, ironically, leave us feeling more isolated, more anxious, and more consumed by the lives of strangers than connected to those who truly matter. To counteract this pervasive shift from c. Chapter 9, The Data Harvesting Machine. Welcome back, cherished listeners, to another crucial chapter in our exploration of the digital giants that shape our modern world. In this 9th installment, we pull back the curtain on what truly fuels the immense power and staggering valuations of the Big Four. It's not just their innovative products, or their sleek interfaces, or even the vast user bases they command. No, at the very heart of their operations lies an intricate, often invisible, data harvesting machine, relentlessly working to understand and predict our every move. Today, we're diving deep into the core concept of how your most personal digital crumbs translate directly into colossal advertising revenue for these corporations. Have you ever paused to consider the true cost of free online services? We often sign up for social media platforms, email providers, or search engines without a second thought, gladly exchanging our attention for the convenience they offer. But the currency of the digital age isn't always obvious. It's your information. Every search query you type, every video you watch, every article you read, every picture you like, every location you visit with your phone in your pocket, all of it is meticulously collected, analyzed, and aggregated into a digital profile that is remarkably comprehensive. This profile then becomes an invaluable asset, allowing advertisers to reach you with unparalleled precision. Imagine, if you will, a vast digital market where your interests, your desires, your vulnerabilities, even your fleeting thoughts, are neatly packaged and presented to the highest bidder. That's the engine driving billions of dollars in ad revenue. It's a continuous feedback loop. The more data they collect, the better they understand you, the better they understand you, the more effective their advertising becomes, and the more effective their advertising, the more advertisers are willing to pay. This isn't just about showing you random ads, it's about predicting your next purchase, your next interest, and even influencing your next decision before you've consciously made it. It's an incredibly sophisticated system designed to optimize for engagement and conversion, turning your digital footsteps into profit. Let's begin by dissecting one of the most powerful manifestations of this data-driven monetization, the micro-targeting advertising model. This isn't your grandfather's advertising, where a shampoo commercial aired during a popular television show, hoping to hit a broad demographic. Micro-targeting goes infinitely further. It moves beyond simple demographics like age, gender, or location, delving into the nuances of psychographics, behavioral patterns, and real-time intent signals. It's about showing a highly specific advertisement to a highly specific individual, often at the precise moment they are most receptive to it. Consider the story of Sarah, a busy professional who, on a whim, spent a mere 5 minutes browsing a particular brand of hiking boots on an e-commerce site. She didn't add them to her cart, she didn't even read reviews, she simply clicked through a few pages, perhaps distracted by an incoming email. Yet, within hours, Sarah started seeing advertisements not just for those specific hiking boots, but for a whole ecosystem of related products: lightweight camping tents, portable water filters, national park admission deals, and even ads for high-performance outdoor cooking equipment. These ads followed her across her social media feeds, popped up on news websites, and even subtly appeared as suggested content on other platforms. The algorithms had interpreted her brief interest in hiking boots as a strong indicator of a nascent desire for outdoor adventure. They didn't wait for her to explicitly search for camping trip or wilderness gear, they inferred it from a single, seemingly innocuous browsing session. The psychological impact of such precise micro-targeting is profound and multi-layered. On one hand, it can create a powerful sense of serendipity. When an ad perfectly aligns with an unarticulated need or interest, it can feel almost magical, as if the product was meant for you. This taps into our desire for convenience and our cognitive bias known as the availability heuristic, where seeing something repeatedly makes it seem more common, more desirable, and more relevant. It reduces the perceived effort of finding what you need, fostering a sense of efficiency. However, there's also a darker side, an unsettling feeling of being constantly observed. This omnipresent digital gaze can erode our sense of privacy, making us question how much of our digital lives truly remains our own. When the ads become too specific, they can trigger a feeling of surveillance, creating discomfort, and a sense that our digital autonomy is being subtly undermined. We begin to wonder, how did they know that? And that wonder can quickly turn into unease. So, what are the practical application steps for you, the listener, in light of this pervasive micro-targeting? First, take an active role in reviewing your ad settings on major platforms like Google, Facebook, and Instagram. These platforms often provide dashboards where you can see the categories they've assigned to you and even remove specific interests that you no longer want to be associated with. Second, practice mindful clicking and browsing. Every interaction leaves a digital trace. If you're casually browsing for something you have no intention of purchasing, be aware that you might be signaling an interest that will lead to a barrage of targeted ads. Consider using incognito modes for fleeting searches or exploring privacy-focused browsing. Let's consider an example that brings these concerns into sharp focus. Imagine a scenario where a lending institution or insurance company subtly uses your online browsing habits, perhaps frequent searches for payday loans, visits to credit counseling websites, or engagement with forums discussing financial hardship, to influence their assessment of your creditworthiness or your insurance premiums. This is distinct from traditional financial data. It's an inference drawn from your digital behavior that might not accurately reflect your current financial standing or future reliability. Similarly, research has shown instances where job advertisements are inadvertently or even intentionally withheld from certain demographics, based on inferred data about age, gender, or residential location, leading to digital forms of discrimination in employment opportunities. The algorithms, while designed to optimize for certain outcomes, can perpetuate and amplify existing societal biases, creating an unfair playing field. This is no longer merely about selling you a product, it's about making life-altering decisions about your access to vital services based on data you often don't even realize is being collected or interpreted in such a way. The psychological analysis here delves into the heart of our autonomy. When our information diet is so carefully curated, when every advertisement is tailored to our perceived weaknesses or desires, how much free choice do we truly exercise? The constant presence of hyper-targeted content can lead to feelings of powerlessness and a lack of control over our digital selves. We are caught in a privacy paradox. We often express high levels of concern about our privacy, yet we continue to use services that demand vast amounts of our personal data, often for the sake of convenience or social connection. This trade-off is rarely explicit, and the terms of engagement are often obscure. The ethical questions extend to the potential for exploitation, particularly for vulnerable populations whose digital behaviors might inadvertently flag them for predatory targeting. It creates a system where transparency is limited, and accountability is often diffuse, leaving individuals feeling exposed and manipulated. What practical application steps can you take to address these ethical considerations? Firstly, advocate for stronger data protection regulations. Support organizations and policies that push for greater transparency, stronger consent mechanisms, and clearer accountability from tech companies. Your voice, when combined with others, can make a difference in shaping the legal landscape. Secondly, make an effort to read privacy policies, or at least the summaries, for the services you use. While they can be dense, understanding what data is collected and how it's used is your first line of defense. Thirdly, consider using privacy-enhancing tools such as VPNs, privacy-focused web browsers like Brave or Firefox with enhanced tracking protection, and ad blockers. These tools can limit the amount of data actively collected about you. Finally, make a conscious effort to support companies that openly prioritize user privacy and offer clear, understandable choices regarding data collection. Your consumer choices have power. In summary, Chapter 9 has taken us on a journey through the intricate machinery of data harvesting that underpins the colossal success of the Big Four. We've seen how user data isn't just a byproduct but the very fuel driving billions in ad revenue, through sophisticated micro-targeting that predicts and influences our desires. We've explored the expansive reach of the social graph, demonstrating how your connections contribute to a richer, more predictive profile of you. And crucially, we've grappled with the significant ethical implications of this pervasive data collection, from the erosion of personal autonomy to the potential for discrimination and manipulation. Understanding this machine is the first step toward reclaiming agency in our digital lives. As we conclude this profound Chapter 10, Buying the Competition. Welcome back, listeners, as we delve into Chapter 10, Buying the Competition. This chapter is a deep exploration into one of the most defining characteristics of the modern tech titans, particularly focusing on Facebook's audacious and highly effective acquisition strategy. It's a fascinating narrative of power, foresight, and ruthless efficiency that reshapes entire industries. When we talk about Facebook's approach to market dominance, we're not merely discussing growth through innovation, we're witnessing a masterclass in strategic maneuvering, a complex ballet of preemptive defense, opportunistic expansion, and, at times, outright competitive suppression. Imagine a grand chess match, where one player isn't just focused on moving their own pieces but is constantly anticipating, neutralizing, or even acquiring their opponent's most promising assets. This isn't just about gaining market share, it's about building an unassailable fortress, ensuring longevity, and cementing an almost monopolistic hold on digital interaction. It's about identifying nascent threats, recognizing burgeoning trends, and then deciding, do we build it ourselves, or do we buy the team that's already doing it better, faster, and with greater cultural resonance? More often than not, the answer has been the latter, complemented by a formidable build-it-if-we-can't-buy-it backup plan. This dual-pronged strategy is what we'll unpack today, beginning with some of its most iconic manifestations. Our journey starts with a deep dive into the specifics of this strategy, beginning with the story of Instagram. Back in 2012, Instagram was a rapidly growing photo-sharing application. It was simple, elegant, and crucially, it was capturing the attention of a demographic that was subtly, almost imperceptibly, beginning to drift away from Facebook's increasingly cluttered platform. Zuckerberg, with his characteristic foresight, didn't see just a photo app, he saw a burgeoning social network, a visual ecosystem that, if left unchecked, had the potential to become a significant rival. The platform had a mere 13 employees and no substantial revenue to speak of when Facebook swooped in with an offer of $1 billion. $1 billion. At the time, this figure struck many as utterly outrageous, an incomprehensible sum for such a nascent company. Pundits questioned the sanity of the deal, analysts scratched their heads, and even some within Facebook were reportedly hesitant. Yet, looking back from our vantage point today, that $1 billion was arguably one of the greatest bargains in corporate history. It bought Facebook not just an application, but a future. It bought a pipeline to a younger audience, a new aesthetic, and a critical piece of the mobile-first puzzle. From a psychological perspective, this acquisition was a masterclass in foresight and a profound understanding of competitive dynamics. It wasn't about current revenue, it was about preventing future erosion of market share. It tapped into a core human fear, the fear of irrelevance, the fear of being left behind by an emergent trend. Zuckerberg understood that platforms, much like ecosystems, need fresh air and new species to thrive. Instagram provided that fresh air, that novel species, without requiring Facebook to start from scratch. It was an acknowledgement that sometimes, the easiest way to defeat a potential rival isn't to crush them, but to embrace them, absorb them, and let their vitality infuse your own. The willingness to pay a premium for future dominance, even when current metrics don't justify it, speaks volumes about a leader's strategic vision. It's about investing in potential, not just proven success. Now, for those of us navigating our own business landscapes, what practical applications can we glean from this? Firstly, cultivate an acute awareness of emerging trends and technologies in your field, no matter how small or niche they seem initially. Don't dismiss the Instagrams of your industry because they're small, they might be the disruptors of tomorrow. Secondly, develop a strategic framework for evaluating potential threats or opportunities. Is it cheaper or faster to acquire a solution than to build it internally? And thirdly, be decisive. Once you've identified a strategic imperative, act swiftly and boldly, even if the price seems steep in the short term. What are the small, overlooked innovations today that could become significant challenges or opportunities for your business tomorrow? Are you prepared to pay for future-proofing? Moving beyond Instagram, our next major case study in Facebook's acquisition prowess is the purchase of WhatsApp in 2014. If Instagram was about photo sharing and social identity, WhatsApp was about something even more fundamental: global communication. At an astonishing $19 billion, this acquisition dwarfed the Instagram deal and once again sent shockwaves through the tech world. Why WhatsApp? Facebook already had its own messaging service, Messenger. The reasoning, however, was incredibly shrewd. WhatsApp, with its focus on end-to-end encryption and its immense popularity in international markets where traditional SMS costs were high, was a global communication behemoth. It wasn't just a threat, it was a parallel universe of connectivity that Facebook needed to control. By acquiring WhatsApp, Facebook solidified its position as the dominant player not just in social networking, but in the entire digital communication sphere, effectively owning multiple channels through which billions of people connect daily. Psychologically, the WhatsApp acquisition underscores an even deeper pursuit of market share and the relentless quest for network effects. The understanding here is profound: whoever controls the fundamental means of digital communication holds immense power. It's about building an unassailable moat around your core business, not just by owning one communication channel, but by owning several, making it incredibly difficult for users to leave your ecosystem. It's also a powerful defensive move, preventing any other major player, perhaps a Google or an Apple, from acquiring WhatsApp and thereby gaining a crucial foothold in the social fabric that Facebook had so meticulously woven. This move speaks to a fear of being outflanked, of losing the battle for the most precious commodity in the digital age: user attention and engagement. So, how can we apply this formidable insight to our own ventures? Start by asking yourself, what are the core communication channels, the essential interaction points, in your industry? How can you either dominate them or integrate them into your offering? Furthermore, understand and leverage the power of network effects. The more users you have, the more valuable your product becomes to each individual user, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of growth. How can you make your product indispensable by being the primary conduit for interaction within your niche? Think about the stickiness of your product or service. What makes it so difficult for your customers to switch to a competitor? Now, what happens when an acquisition isn't possible? What if the target company refuses to sell, or the price is simply too prohibitive, even for a giant like Facebook? This brings us to the third pillar of Facebook's competitive strategy, the art of cloning features. The most famous example, of course, is Snapchat Stories. Snapchat pioneered the ephemeral story format, short, disappearing videos and photos that users could share throughout their day. Facebook tried to buy Snapchat, but the offer was famously rejected. Undeterred, Facebook unleashed its formidable engineering and product team. Chapter 11, Google, the Modern God. Welcome back, listeners, as we delve deeper into the intricate tapestry of influence woven by the titans of technology. In our exploration of the Big Four, we now turn our attention to an entity that has arguably become the most ubiquitous and implicitly trusted source of information in the modern world. This chapter, Google, the Modern God, is not merely a provocative title, it reflects a profound shift in how humanity accesses, interprets, and acts upon information. Imagine a world where every question you ever had, every curiosity that sparked your mind, every need that arose, could be addressed with a few swift taps or a spoken phrase. This isn't science fiction, it is, quite simply, Google. For countless individuals across the globe, Google has transcended its origins as a mere search engine to become an oracle, a guide, and indeed, a keeper of the world's collective knowledge. It is the first port of call for everything from the trivial to the profound, from deciphering a strange dream to understanding the nuances of quantum physics. This unparalleled access has reshaped our cognitive processes, altering how we learn, how we decide, and how we interact with the vast ocean of data that defines our digital age. Think about it, where do you go when you need to know something, anything at all? Do you consult a dusty encyclopedia? Do you trek to a library? Do you even call an expert? More often than not, the answer is a resounding no. You Google it? This simple verb has become synonymous with seeking knowledge itself. Google's role as the world's knowledge keeper is not just about indexing billions of web pages, it's about curating our understanding of reality, prioritizing certain narratives, and filtering the noise of the internet into what it deems most relevant, authoritative, and useful. This immense power carries with it an equally immense responsibility, shaping not just our daily decisions, but our perceptions of truth, our understanding of history, and our outlook on the future. It's a repository so vast, so instantly accessible, that it feels almost omniscient, much like a modern deity dispensing wisdom at a moment's notice. Let's begin by dissecting the cornerstone of Google's omnipresence, the implicit trust users place in that deceptively simple search bar. Have you ever paused to consider the sheer leap of faith we make every single time we type a query into Google? We expect, without conscious thought, that the results returned will be accurate, relevant, and in many cases, definitive. This isn't a mere convenience, it's a profound psychological reliance. We outsource our initial validation process, our critical vetting of sources, to an algorithm. Consider the following scenario: a young mother, sitting up late, notices a peculiar rash on her infant child. Her heart pounds with worry. Her immediate instinct, almost before even consulting her partner or a family member, is to pull out her smartphone and type "infant rash red spots" into the Google search bar. Within seconds, she's presented with a deluge of information, images, medical articles, forum discussions. She scans the results, perhaps clicking on the first few links that appear to be from reputable medical sites. She's not questioning Google's ability to find relevant information, she's trusting it with her child's well-being. The speed, the presumed authority of the top results, and the sheer volume of data provide a kind of comfort, an illusion of control in a stressful situation. Psychologically, this trust stems from several deep-seated human needs. Firstly, there's the alleviation of cognitive load. In a world saturated with information, Google acts as a powerful filter, presenting what it believes is the most pertinent data, saving us the arduous task of sifting through countless irrelevant sources. Secondly, it plays into our desire for immediate gratification and certainty. We crave quick answers, especially when faced with uncertainty or a problem that needs solving. Google delivers this with unparalleled efficiency. The perceived authority of Google's algorithms, honed over decades, creates an almost subconscious belief in the veracity and neutrality of its top results. We rarely question why a particular result is ranked first, we simply assume it is the best answer. This bypasses a significant portion of traditional critical thinking, where individuals would historically evaluate multiple sources, cross-reference information, and consult experts. Google has, for many, become the ultimate expert. For you, the listener, whether you are a business owner, a content creator, or simply someone trying to navigate the digital landscape, the practical application of Underst. You ask your Google Assistant to order a pizza, and it might connect directly with a local pizzeria's ordering system, completing the transaction based on your stored preferences. You search for weather in London, and instead of a list of weather websites, you get an immediate, concise forecast directly within the search results page, no click needed. You search for flights to Tokyo, and Google Flights, an integrated service, presents you with a booking interface. Setting reminders, getting directions, playing music, or even making calls, these are all actions that Google actively facilitates, often by bypassing traditional website interactions entirely. The line between searching for information and performing a task has blurred, with Google increasingly positioned as the orchestrator of both. From a psychological standpoint, this move toward action facilitation taps into our ultimate desire for convenience and frictionless experiences. Google aims to be the invisible hand that guides us through our day, reducing decision fatigue and streamlining every process imaginable. By becoming the go-between for countless services and tasks, it embeds itself even more deeply into our routines, becoming indispensable. It plays on our desire for instant gratification, making complex multi-step processes seem effortless and immediate. This level of integration makes Google not just a tool, but a fundamental platform upon which much of our modern life operates. It subtly asserts its control by making it easier to stay within its orbit than to venture elsewhere, further solidifying its modern god status by becoming the gateway to accomplishing nearly anything. For businesses and content creators, the implications of this shift from answers to actions are transformative. It means adapting to a world where your website might not always be the ultimate destination. Your brand needs to be discoverable and actionable directly within Google's various interfaces. This includes meticulously optimizing your Google My Business profile for local searches, providing concise, direct answers that can be scraped for featured snippets and voice search queries, and exploring how your services can integrate with Google's broader ecosystem. Could your booking system connect directly to Google search results? Can your product information be structured with schema markup so Google can present it in rich snippets? The goal is to provide value and facilitate action before a user even considers clicking through to your site, ensuring your presence is felt at every stage of their journey, regardless of whether that journey ends on your domain or within Google's pervasive embrace. In essence, Google has moved far beyond its initial promise of organizing the world's information. It has become the primary conduit through which we experience that information, the trusted source we turn to for every query, and increasingly, the invisible hand that orchestrates our actions in the digital realm. Its power lies not just in its vast database, but in its profound understanding of human intent and its relentless pursuit of ultimate convenience. It is a modern god indeed, shaping our reality one search, one action, at a time. As we conclude this chapter on Google, we recognize its unparalleled influence and the deep trust it commands. But Google is only one of the big four. Its power, while immense, is interconnected with the other giants we explore. In our next chapter, we will turn our attention to another titan, one that has redefined social connection and transformed the very fabric of human interaction. Join me as we uncover the intricate world of Facebook, the modern-day architect of our digital communities. Chapter 12, The Advertising Duopoly. Welcome back to our exploration of the Big Four. In our journey so far, we've peeled back layers of innovation, strategy, and sheer scale that define these technological behemoths. Today, we turn our attention to one of the most fundamental, yet often misunderstood, engines driving their colossal revenue: advertising. Specifically, we're diving into Chapter 12, The Advertising Duopoly, focusing on how Google, alongside Facebook, has fundamentally reshaped the advertising landscape. Let's begin by unraveling a core concept: how Google, in particular, monetizes intentions. What does that even mean, you might ask? Think about it. When you open your web browser and navigate to Google, what is your typical mindset? You're usually seeking something, aren't you? You have a question, a problem, a need, or a desire. You are actively intending to find information, a product, a service, or an answer. This isn't passive browsing, it's an active quest. Traditional advertising, for decades, operated on a push model. Imagine a television commercial interrupting your favorite show, a radio jingle breaking up your music, or a billboard vying for your attention as you drive by. These methods push messages onto an audience, hoping that a small percentage might be receptive. The audience isn't necessarily looking for what's being advertised at that moment, they're simply exposed to it. Google, however, flipped this paradigm entirely. It operates on a pull model. When you type "best noise-canceling headphones for travel" into the search bar, you are explicitly expressing an intent. You're not just passively viewing an ad for headphones, you are actively seeking them. You've raised your hand, metaphorically speaking, and declared your interest. This subtle yet profound shift is Google's superpower. It doesn't guess what you might want, it responds directly to what you tell it you want. Consider Sarah, a fictional but very relatable character. She's planning a surprise birthday trip for her husband and wants to find a unique, handcrafted gift. She types "custom leather wallets artisans" into Google. She's not just browsing, she's on a mission. The ads that appear on her search results page are not random. They are direct responses to her stated intent. One ad might read "hand-stitched leather wallets, custom engraving available," linking directly to a small artisanal shop. Another might showcase personalized leather goods, made to order. Sarah isn't annoyed by these ads, in fact, she often welcomes them, as they provide potential solutions to her immediate need. Psychologically, this resonates deeply with our human desire for autonomy and efficiency. We feel empowered when we find answers quickly and effectively. Google facilitates this sense of empowerment, and in doing so, seamlessly integrates commercial solutions into our problem-solving process. It's not an interruption, it's a helpful suggestion, a guided path to fulfillment. We feel in control because we initiated the search, and the advertisements feel less like marketing ploys and more like relevant information. This makes us significantly more receptive. So, for you, the listener, how does this translate into practical application? If you're a business owner, or even just thinking like one, your primary focus shouldn't just be on what keywords people are typing, but why they are typing them. What is the underlying intent? Are they researching? Are they comparing? Are they ready to buy now? Mapping out these user journeys, understanding the emotional state and immediate need behind a search query, is paramount. This deep understanding allows you to craft messages that don't just show up, but truly resonate with the user's explicit intent, turning a search into a solution and, ultimately, a conversion. Now, let's delve into the mechanics of how this intent is monetized, specifically through Google's advertising system, formerly known as AdWords and now simply Google Ads. This system is far more sophisticated than a simple highest bidder wins scenario. It operates on a complex A. Google's algorithm doesn't just look at your bid, it calculates an ad rank for each advertiser. Ad rank is essentially your maximum bid multiplied by your quality score. What makes up this quality score? Three primary components: expected click-through rate or CTR, which is how likely your ad is to be clicked; ad relevance, meaning how closely your ad copy matches the user's search query; and landing page experience, which assesses how relevant, useful, and user-friendly the page is that your ad sends people to. Let's illustrate this with an example. Suppose we have two competing florists, Blooming Bouquets and Floral Delights, both bidding on the keyword flower delivery downtown Chicago. Blooming Bouquets bids $2 per click, but their ad copy is generic, "Buy flowers here." Their landing page is slow to load and requires a lot of scrolling to find relevant information. Floral Delights bids $1.50 per click. Their ad copy is highly specific: same-day flower delivery, downtown Chicago, order by 2 p.m. Their landing page loads instantly, clearly displays their local delivery options, and has an easy-to-use ordering system. Even though Floral Delights bids less, their higher quality score, due to their relevant ad copy and excellent landing page experience, might give them a higher ad rank than Blooming Bouquets. This means Floral Delights could appear higher on the search results page, pay less per click, and likely generate more conversions because their ad is precisely what the user was looking for. From a psychological perspective, this system subtly yet powerfully manipulates advertisers into creating better, more helpful content. Google isn't just selling ad space, it's incentivizing value. Advertisers are rewarded for providing a good user experience, which in turn means Google's users get better results, fostering trust and continued engagement with the platform. It's a virtuous cycle. The advertisers who take the time to truly understand their customer and create highly relevant, helpful experiences are the ones who win, regardless of their budget size relative to a behemoth competitor. This democratizes advertising to an extent, allowing smaller, more agile businesses to compete effectively. So, how can you apply this? Don't just focus on the highest bid you can afford. Instead, pour your energy into crafting highly relevant, compelling ad copy that directly addresses the user's search intent. Design landing pages that are fast, intuitive, and provide immediate value related to the ad's promise. Continuously test and refine your ads and landing pages to improve your quality score. Think of it as a relentless pursuit of customer satisfaction, not just a bidding war. Your strategic smarts and commitment to user experience can outweigh a larger competitor's brute force budget. Now, let's broaden our scope and compare the advertising powerhouses, Google's search ads versus the social ads you find on platforms like Facebook and Instagram. While both are digital advertising titans, they tap into very different psychological states and serve distinct purposes. Search ads, as we've discussed, are intent-based. They capture demand that already exists. When someone searches for best running shoes for flat feet, they are actively in the market for running shoes. The ads they see are direct responses to that immediate, articulated need. This makes search advertising incredibly effective for direct response, immediate conversions, and targeting users who are further along in their buying journey. They are looking to solve a problem now. Social ads, on the other hand, are primarily interest-based or discovery-based. Think about your experience scrolling through Facebook or Instagram. You're likely engaging with friends, consuming content, or simply passing time. You're not usually on these platforms actively looking to buy a new car or find a plumber. However, based on your demographics, interests, behaviors, and even your interactions with previous posts, these platforms show you ads that they believe you might. This data allows him to make informed decisions, perhaps increase the budget for the Google campaign for immediate, profitable sales, and refine the Facebook campaign targeting to lower CAC while still attracting high-value customers. He can see that a particular ad image on Facebook is driving significantly more clicks than another, prompting him to pause the underperforming ad and allocate budget to the winner. Psychologically, this transparency provides businesses with an unprecedented sense of control and accountability. It transforms marketing from a speculative endeavor into a data-driven science. Every investment can be justified, every strategy can be validated or disproven by hard numbers. This immediate feedback loop not only reduces risk but also fosters a culture of continuous improvement and data-backed decision-making. It's no longer about gut feelings, it's about evidence. This empowers smaller businesses to punch above their weight, making every marketing dollar work harder and smarter. For you, the actionable insight is clear: robust tracking is non-negotiable. Implement Google Analytics, set up conversion tracking in your ad platforms, and define clear key performance indicators or KPIs for all your campaigns. Don't just run ads, measure everything. A/B test relentlessly. Analyze your data constantly to identify what's working and what's not. Be prepared to pivot, optimize, and reallocate budget based on performance. The data isn't just numbers, it's the voice of your customer telling you what they respond to. Listen to it, and your digital marketing efforts will become infinitely more effective and profitable. In summary, the advertising duopoly of Google and Facebook represents a monumental shift in how businesses connect with consumers. Google, the master of monetizing intent, captures demand as it arises, offering solutions at the precise moment of need. Facebook, the titan of attention, cultivates demand by connecting interests and desires with relevant products and brands. Both, however, are powered by an unparalleled ability to target, measure, and optimize campaigns with a precision and transparency unimaginable in previous eras. Understanding the distinct psychological underpinnings of each platform, combined with a commitment to data-driven optimization, is the key to unlocking the immense potential of digital advertising. As we conclude this deep dive into the advertising duopoly, we realize that these platforms are not merely tools for marketers, they are powerful lenses into human behavior, intention, and desire. The data they collect and the systems they employ profoundly shape our economy and our daily lives. In our next chapter, we will turn our attention to the societal implications of this unprecedented data collection and the pervasive reach of these technological giants, exploring the ethical questions and regulatory challenges that inevitably arise from such immense power. Join me as we delve into the complex relationship between innovation, privacy, and control in the digital age. Chapter 13, Organizing the World. Welcome back, listeners, to Chapter 13, a fascinating exploration into how the digital titans don't just innovate, but orchestrate and organize the very fabric of our modern existence. Today, we're diving deep into the expansive universe of Google, moving far beyond the simple search bar that first introduced most of us to its power. We're going to uncover how Google, with a vision far grander than merely indexing websites, set out to organize the world's information in every conceivable form, extending its reach into our maps, our entertainment, and even the very operating systems that power the devices in our pockets. Google's journey began with a profound understanding that information wasn't confined to text on a web page. It encompassed geographical data, dynamic video content, and the foundational software that enabled our digital lives. Their strategy was never simply about diversifying their portfolio, it was a deliberate, multifaceted approach to become the indispensable, often invisible, layer beneath almost every digital interaction we undertake daily. They didn't just aspire to answer your fleeting questions, they aimed to anticipate your needs, to guide your physical steps, and even to captivate your moments of leisure. This wasn't merely a business expansion, it was an audacious act of digital colonization, meticulously designed to ensnare and retain users within the ever-expanding Google ecosystem, regardless of their immediate task or desire. How, you might wonder, did they manage such an ambitious undertaking, transforming from a search engine into a global organizer? Let's unravel the threads of this intricate strategy, starting with a tool that has become as ubiquitous as the compass itself. Our first deep dive takes us to Google Maps, a service that has fundamentally reshaped our understanding and interaction with the physical world. Consider Sarah, a diligent small business owner in a bustling metropolis. One afternoon, an urgent client order comes in, requiring immediate delivery across the city during peak rush hour. Before Google Maps, this scenario would have been a high-stress ordeal, frantically unfolding a large, cumbersome paper map, peering at street names, perhaps pulling over multiple times to ask for directions, and constantly battling the gnawing uncertainty of arrival times. The fear of getting lost, of missing a crucial turn, or being late would weigh heavily. But now, with a few taps on her smartphone, Sarah effortlessly receives real-time traffic updates, intelligently generated multiple route options, and precise estimated arrival times. The anxiety dissipates, replaced by a confident efficiency. Or imagine a solitary traveler exploring the labyrinthine alleyways of an ancient foreign city, once a daunting prospect. With Google Maps, they can effortlessly navigate complex public transport systems, discover charming, tucked-away cafes, and explore hidden historical gems, feeling connected and oriented rather than overwhelmed. What an incredible transformation, wouldn't you agree? From a psychological perspective, Google Maps profoundly taps into our innate human need for control, predictability, and safety within our environment. Navigating unfamiliar or chaotic territories is inherently anxiety-inducing. It triggers our primal fear of the unknown. Maps provides a robust digital safety net, significantly reducing our cognitive load and alleviating the fatigue associated with constant decision-making and spatial reasoning. It fosters a powerful sense of empowerment, emboldening us to venture further, explore more widely, and feel less lost, both in the literal sense of physical direction and metaphorically in our personal quests for discovery. It beautifully satisfies our inherent human drive for exploration and novelty, while simultaneously providing the profound comfort that comes from certainty and accurate guidance. This duality of enabling adventure yet providing security is a cornerstone of its success. So, how can you, our discerning listener, practically apply the expanse? Next, let's turn our attention to a behemoth of visual content, a platform that has become, in essence, the world's second largest search engine, YouTube. Think about John, who encounters a frustratingly persistent leaky faucet in his home. His initial instinct might be to type "how to fix leaky faucet" into Google's traditional text search. However, almost immediately, he realizes that a visual, step-by-step guide would be infinitely more effective than written instructions alone. So, he pivots, navigates to YouTube, enters the same query, and swiftly finds a plethora of demonstration videos. He selects one, watches the expert, pauses the video at each critical juncture, meticulously follows along with his own tools, and to his immense satisfaction, successfully repairs the faucet. What a powerful learning experience! Or consider Maria, dedicated to learning a new language. She immerses herself in YouTube, watching vlogs from native speakers, listening to authentic conversations, and consuming educational content tailored for language learners, accelerating her fluency far beyond traditional methods. It's a testament to the power of visual instruction. Psychologically, YouTube resonates deeply with our intrinsic preference for visual learning and our immediate desire for tangible solutions or engaging entertainment. It brilliantly addresses our fundamental need for social learning, enabling us to observe, imitate, and internalize complex information by watching others. Beyond pure instruction, it also expertly taps into our desires for connection, pure entertainment, and moments of welcome distraction. The unparalleled ability to see, hear, and experience information in a dynamic, multimedia format is profoundly engaging, making seemingly complex tasks feel approachable and transforming abstract concepts into concrete, understandable realities. Furthermore, YouTube expertly caters to our craving for niche communities, specialized content, and unfiltered perspectives, extending far beyond the curated offerings of mainstream media. It fosters a sense of belonging and provides an avenue for every conceivable interest. So, how can you strategically leverage YouTube's vast potential? If you're an aspiring content creator or a business, prioritize clear, descriptive titles and meta descriptions for your videos, ensuring they include relevant keywords to improve discoverability. Utilize appropriate tags, and crucially, engage actively with comments and community features to build a loyal audience. For listeners seeking to expand their knowledge, consider YouTube a free, personalized university. Use it for tutorials, skill acquisition in areas like coding or cooking, or to deepen your understanding of academic subjects. For businesses, creating how-to videos, product demonstrations, or behind-the-scenes content can build immense trust and authority with your potential customers. Think about how you can optimize your personal brand or enhance your business's visibility by consistently providing valuable, engaging content through the power of video storytelling. The opportunities are boundless. Finally, we arrive at the Android operating system, perhaps Google's most strategic and pervasive move in organizing the world by providing the very foundation upon which much of our digital interaction occurs. Picture a small technology startup flourishing in a developing country, facing the formidable challenge of limited resources. They simply cannot afford the exorbitant costs associated with proprietary software licenses or the high price tags of premium, closed ecosystem devices. Enter Android. Its open-source nature provided them with the crucial flexibility and affordability to develop their own range of cost-effective smartphones, tailored precisely with localized applications for their specific market. This revolutionary access to technology empowered their entire community with digital connectivity for the very first time, bridging a significant digital divide. This phenomenon is replicated globally, allowing billions of users. Chapter 14: The Algorithm Wars. Welcome back to the Big Four. In our journey so far, we've dissected the colossal power of these tech titans, exploring their business models, their global reach, and their relentless pursuit of innovation. But beneath the polished interfaces and seamless services lies a more subtle, yet profoundly influential, force, the algorithm. In Chapter 14, we delve into the algorithm wars, a concept that describes not a battle of code against code, but the ongoing struggle for our attention, our choices, and ultimately, our minds, all orchestrated by the invisible hand of machine learning. How exactly is machine learning reshaping the landscape we inhabit every single day? Think about it. From the moment you wake up and check your phone, algorithms are at play. They decide which news story appears first in your feed, which song starts playing on your streaming service, even the routes suggested by your navigation app. These aren't static instructions, they are dynamic, constantly learning systems that process astronomical amounts of data to predict what you want, what you need, and what will keep you engaged. The Big Four, Amazon, Apple, Facebook, now Meta, and Google, have perfected the art and science of leveraging machine learning to create hyper-personalized experiences, which in turn fuels their immense growth and solidifies their dominance. This isn't just about convenience, it's about a fundamental shift in how information flows, how decisions are made, and how our world is curated for us. So, let's begin by defining what we mean by algorithms in the context of the Big Four. When we talk about an algorithm here, we're not just referring to a simple mathematical formula. We're talking about incredibly complex, often proprietary, sets of rules and instructions that computers follow to solve problems or perform tasks. Crucially, these algorithms are empowered by machine learning, meaning they can analyze vast data sets, identify patterns, and adapt their behavior without explicit programming for every single scenario. They learn. They evolve. They optimize. Google's search algorithm, for instance, once known as PageRank, has evolved into a sophisticated artificial intelligence system that doesn't just match keywords, it tries to understand your intent, the context of your query, and even your location to deliver what it believes are the most relevant results. Imagine typing "best coffee near me," the algorithm instantly knows your location, filters local businesses, checks reviews, and considers your past preferences, all in a fraction of a second. This isn't magic, it's an intricate dance of data points and predictive models. To give you a clearer picture, consider Amazon's recommendation engine. Have you ever noticed how, after purchasing one item, Amazon immediately suggests 5 others you might like, often with uncanny accuracy? This isn't a human behind the curtain, it's an algorithm crunching data on millions of purchases, identifying customers with similar buying patterns to yours, and then presenting items bought by those look-alike customers. It's analyzing what you've viewed, what you've added to your cart, even how long you hovered over a product page. The psychological impact here is profound. We crave efficiency and convenience. When a platform consistently provides us with things we actually find useful or interesting, it builds trust and reduces decision fatigue. We start to rely on these suggestions, subtly outsourcing parts of our decision-making process to the algorithm. We feel understood, perhaps even catered to, which fosters a sense of loyalty and makes us more likely to return. As listeners, Your practical application step here is to recognize that every single click, every purchase, every search query you make leaves a digital fingerprint that these algorithms use to build a profile of you. Be mindful of this data trail. Don't just blindly accept suggestions. Occasionally, take a moment to question why a certain product or piece of content has been presented to you. Actively seek out information and products independently, outside the algorithmic funnel, to broaden your perspective. Now, let's move to a critical aspect: how these algorithms actively dictate our content consumption. Beyond product recommendations, algorithms curate our entire digital existence. They decide which news articles appear in your Facebook feed, which videos autoplay next on YouTube, which podcasts are prominently featured on your Apple Podcasts app. They are the gatekeepers of information, shaping our worldview by prioritizing what they predict will keep us engaged, not necessarily what is most accurate or important. Think about Facebook's newsfeed algorithm. Its primary goal is often to maximize user engagement, likes, shares, comments. This often means prioritizing. In summary, the algorithm wars are not a dystopian future, they are our present reality. Algorithms, driven by machine learning, are the invisible architects of our digital experiences, defining what we see, what we buy, and how we interact with the world. They offer unparalleled convenience and personalization but come with significant caveats: the risk of narrow viewpoints through content curation and the insidious propagation of societal biases. Understanding these forces is no longer optional, it's essential for navigating our increasingly algorithmically driven world with awareness and critical thought. As we move forward, we must empower ourselves, not just as consumers, but as informed citizens, to shape the future of these powerful systems. In our next chapter, we will turn our attention to the ethical dilemmas and regulatory challenges that arise when such immense power is concentrated in the hands of the Big Four and their unseen digital armies. Chapter 15: The Innovation Dilemma. Welcome back to the Big Four. In our journey through the monumental influence of these tech titans, we've often marveled at their relentless pursuit of progress, their ability to disrupt industries, and their knack for bringing groundbreaking technologies into our daily lives. Yet, beneath this glossy exterior of innovation, lies a profound paradox, a challenge that even the most formidable companies grapple with. Why do these giants, the very engines of the modern economy, often struggle to innovate from within? This is the heart of Chapter 15, The Innovation Dilemma, a concept that sheds light on the internal struggles faced by Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google as they attempt to stay agile and inventive amidst their own colossal success. Think about it for a moment. These are companies that redefine categories, yet when it comes to truly disruptive, paradigm-shifting innovations, especially those that deviate significantly from their core competencies, they frequently look outside their own walls. Why does this happen? Is it a failure of imagination, or something more fundamental to the very nature of large, Successful organizations. We are going to dive deep into this question, exploring the systemic forces that often turn a company's greatest strengths into its most subtle weaknesses when it comes to nurturing radical new ideas. Our exploration begins with a concept brilliantly articulated by Clayton Christensen, the innovator's dilemma. At its core, this dilemma describes how successful, well-managed companies can fail by doing everything right. They listen to their customers, invest in improving existing products, and focus on profitable markets. This rational, market-driven behavior inadvertently steers them away from disruptive innovations, new technologies or business models that initially offer lower performance, appeal to niche markets, and yield smaller profit margins, but eventually grow to displace established offerings. Consider the cautionary tale of Kodak. Kodak literally invented the digital camera. Yes, you heard that correctly. In 1975, one of their engineers built the first prototype. Yet, the company, so deeply entrenched in the incredibly lucrative film business, continuously relegated digital photography to the sidelines. Their existing customers wanted better film, sharper prints, more vibrant colors. Digital, in its early iterations, was grainy, expensive, and offered a lower resolution. Management made what seemed like a sound business decision at the time: focus on optimizing their current successful product. The psychological analysis here is critical. It wasn't a lack of foresight or intelligence, but rather a profound organizational inertia, a fear of cannibalizing their cash cow, and a confirmation bias towards their existing, proven successful model. Their internal metrics, their culture, their entire economic engine was optimized for film. For us, as listeners, the practical application is clear: we must learn to look beyond the immediate demands of our most profitable customers. We need to identify nascent trends, even those that seem small or unprofitable at first, and create protected spaces within our organizations where these ideas can flourish without being immediately judged by mainstream business metrics. It requires courage to embrace what initially looks like a step backward. This brings us to our second key point: why big tech often prefers acquisitions over internal incubation for disruptive innovation. Faced with the innovator's dilemma, and the inherent difficulties of building truly novel things from scratch within a massive structure, the giants frequently opt for a more efficient, less risky path: buying innovation. Instead of laboriously trying to replicate or build a new technology, product, or market internally, they acquire nimble startups that have already proven a concept, amassed users, or demonstrated a viable new approach. Think of Facebook's acquisition of Instagram in 2012 for $1 billion. At the time, Instagram was a small team with a rapidly gr. In summary, the innovation dilemma is a fundamental, almost unavoidable challenge for large, successful organizations. It's not a sign of incompetence, but rather a natural byproduct of their very success. Their focus on existing customers and proven profitability, their preference for strategic acquisitions, and the inevitable rise of internal bureaucracy all contribute to a dynamic where truly disruptive innovation often originates outside their walls. Understanding this dilemma is crucial not only for the giants themselves, but for anyone looking to build, grow, or understand the forces shaping the future of business. As we move into our next chapter, we will explore how some of these companies attempt to mitigate these challenges and the implications for competition in the hyperfast world of technology. Chapter 16: The Regulatory Threat. Welcome back, listeners, as we delve into Chapter 16, The Regulatory Threat. In previous chapters, we've explored the astonishing growth, innovative power, and pervasive influence of the Big Four: Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google. We've seen how they've redefined industries, reshaped our daily lives, and accumulated unprecedented wealth and power. But what happens when that power, however beneficial it may seem at times, begins to raise questions about fairness, competition, and democratic principles? This chapter zeroes in on the most significant external challenge facing these titans: the escalating scrutiny from governments and regulatory bodies around the world, specifically focusing on the critical concept of antitrust and the potential for government intervention. Antitrust laws, for those unfamiliar, are the bedrock of competitive markets, designed to prevent monopolies, foster innovation, and ultimately, protect consumers from price gouging and limited choice. For decades, they served as a vital check on corporate overreach. But in the digital age, with network effects, massive data collection, and seemingly free services, applying these older frameworks to the Big Four presents a complex new frontier. Are these companies natural monopolies, or have they engaged in anti-competitive behavior that stifles nascent competitors and harms the broader economy? This isn't just an abstract legal debate, it's a fundamental question about the future structure of our digital world and who controls it. Let's begin by examining the recent flurry of activity in the United States, particularly the congressional hearings that have brought the CEOs of these very companies into the spotlight. You might recall the intense, multi-hour virtual hearing in July 2020, where Jeff Bezos, Tim Cook, Mark Zuckerberg, and Sundar Pichai collectively faced a bipartisan committee. Each CEO was grilled on various aspects of their business: Amazon's alleged use of third-party seller data to create competing products, Apple's seemingly exorbitant App Store fees and restrictive rules, Facebook's acquisition strategy targeting potential rivals like Instagram and WhatsApp, and Google's dominance in search and advertising. It was a spectacle of raw power confronting governmental authority, a stark reminder that even the most powerful corporations are not immune to public accountability. Why do these hearings matter so profoundly, not just legally but psychologically? Because they create a public record, shape narratives, and more importantly, they signal political intent. They tap into a deep-seated human desire for fairness and an innate suspicion of unchecked power. For the companies, it's a direct threat to their public image, their operational freedom, and ultimately, their shareholder value. For us, the consumers and citizens, these hearings surface critical questions about trust, privacy, and whether the digital playing field is truly level. It forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth that while these services are convenient, they might also be shaping our choices and limiting our alternatives in ways we hadn't fully considered. As listeners, the practical application here is to remain engaged and critically evaluate the arguments presented. Don't simply accept the headlines, delve into the specifics. Consider how potential regulatory shifts could impact your small business, your investments, or even your daily interactions with these platforms. Your informed perspective is a powerful tool in shaping the national conversation. Moving beyond the United States, we turn our gaze to the European Union, which has historically taken a far more aggressive and proactive stance on digital regulation. The EU's approach often serves as a bellwether for global regulatory trends. They've gone beyond mere investigations, implementing substantial fines and new legislative frameworks. Think back to the massive multi-billion-euro fines levied against Google for abusing its Android dominance by bundling its apps, or the ongoing scrutiny into Apple's App Store. Developing a nuanced understanding of these complex policy choices is crucial for engaging in this important societal debate. In summary, the regulatory threat to the Big Four is real, multifaceted, and accelerating. From the increasing scrutiny in U.S. congressional hearings to the proactive and often punitive measures enacted by the European Union, the pressure is mounting. The very structure of these companies, and thus the digital economy, could be profoundly reshaped, even to the point of a potential breakup. This isn't just an academic discussion, it's a dynamic, evolving situation that demands our attention and understanding. As we conclude our discussion on these external pressures, it's equally important to understand the internal forces shaping these companies, the cultural dynamics that drive their innovation, their decisions, and their impact on the world. And that, my friends, is precisely what we will explore in our next chapter, Chapter 17, The Culture Wars Within. Chapter 17, The Next Contenders. Welcome back. In Chapter 17, The Next Contenders, we pivot from analyzing the existing dominance of the Big Four to an exciting, forward-looking question: who among the vibrant ecosystem of innovators and established giants could possibly become the elusive fifth horseman, challenging and perhaps even joining their ranks? Who possesses the unique blend of innovation, scale, and pervasive influence to truly reshape the global economic landscape? Consider, for instance, a company like Microsoft. Many once thought of them as a legacy tech player, primarily focused on operating systems and office suites. Yet, their incredible resurgence, particularly driven by their Azure cloud computing platform and strategic acquisitions like LinkedIn and GitHub, showcases a profound understanding of enterprise infrastructure and developer ecosystems. This isn't just about adapting, it's about a deep psychological resilience, a willingness to shed old skins and aggressively pursue new growth vectors. For the astute observer, This underscores the importance of a company's ability to reinvent its core identity, focusing on foundational services that power the modern world, rather than just consumer-facing fads. When evaluating potential disruptors, ask yourself, can they not only innovate but also fundamentally transform their underlying business model to capture future markets? Then there's Tesla, a company that has redefined not just the automotive industry but also our very perception of energy and transportation. Their vertical integration, from battery production to software updates, coupled with a fiercely loyal customer base and a charismatic, visionary leader, sets them apart. What we see here is the psychological power of aspirational branding and relentless pursuit of a future vision, even if it seems audacious. Tesla isn't just selling cars, it's selling a lifestyle, a commitment to sustainability and cutting-edge technology. For you, this means looking beyond a company's immediate product to its broader mission and ecosystem impact. Does it inspire a movement, or merely sell a commodity? And what about the meteoric rise of international tech, particularly from Asia? Think of TikTok, which exploded onto the global stage with unprecedented speed, mastering the art of algorithmic content delivery and short-form video engagement. TikTok's success highlights the psychological craving for instant gratification and community connection, expertly leveraging artificial intelligence to create highly personalized, addictive feeds. This rapid ascent demonstrates that network effects, when powered by sophisticated AI and a culturally resonant product, can still create global behemoths almost overnight. As we scan the horizon for the next contenders, we must pay close attention to platforms that deeply understand human psychology, especially those that can scale virally across diverse cultures. How quickly can a company capture mindshare and create a habit-forming experience? Ultimately, the next contender, the potential fifth horseman, will need more than just a great product. They will require a pervasive ecosystem, a truly global reach that transcends national borders, an insatiable appetite for disruption, and the ability to capture massive amounts of data to fuel their growth. It's about building a moat not just with technology, but with network effects, brand loyalty, and an almost indispensable utility in people's daily lives. So, as we conclude this chapter, reflect on these traits and consider which emerging or reinvented giants truly embody them. In our next chapter, we will delve into the societal implications of such concentrated power and what it means for innovation moving forward. Chapter 18: Surviving the Giants. Welcome back, listeners, to the Big Four. In our previous discussions, we've unraveled the immense power and pervasive influence of these technology titans that reshape our world daily. We've explored their business models, their psychological hooks, and their societal impact. Now, it's time to shift our focus from analysis to action. In Chapter 18, aptly titled Surviving the Giants, we confront a critical question: how do we, as individual consumers, ambitious professionals, and intrepid small business owners, not just navigate but truly thrive in a landscape so utterly dominated by these behemoths? This chapter is a deep dive into the core concept of strategies for both businesses and individuals. It's about empowerment, about finding leverage where seemingly none exists, and about cultivating resilience in a rapidly evolving digital ecosystem. Is it truly possible to carve out a meaningful existence, to build a successful venture, or to protect our personal space when we're dwarfed by entities with market caps larger than entire national economies? The answer, I assure you, is a resounding yes, but it requires a strategic mindset, an understanding of our unique strengths, and a commitment to proactive engagement. Let's begin by addressing the plight of the small business. For many entrepreneurs, the very thought of competing with a giant like Amazon or Google can feel utterly paralyzing. How can a local hardware store, for instance, possibly contend with Amazon's next-day delivery and seemingly infinite inventory? Or how can a nascent software startup compete with Google's immense resources and market penetration? The key, my friends, lies not in direct competition, but in strategic differentiation and an unwavering focus on what the giants, by their very nature, struggle to provide: authenticity, hyper-specialization, and deeply personal connection. Consider the real-world story of the Crafted Loom, a small, independent yarn shop nestled in a bustling city neighborhood. When online craft marketplaces and massive e-commerce sites started offering every imaginable fiber at rock-bottom prices, it seemed inevitable that the Crafted Loom would wither. But its owner, Eleanor, refused to succumb to despair. Instead of trying to outprice Amazon, which was a losing battle from the start, Eleanor focused on cultivating an unparalleled experience. She transformed her shop into a vibrant community hub. She hosted weekly knitting circles, beginner crochet workshops, and intimate Meet the Dyer events featuring local artisans. She personally curated a unique selection of ethically sourced, small batch yarns that you simply couldn't find on a global marketplace. When a customer walked into the Crafted Loom, they weren't just buying yarn, they were investing in a shared passion, receiving expert advice tailored to their specific project, and becoming part of a warm, creative community. Psychologically, why did this matter so profoundly? Because humans crave connection. In an increasingly digital and often isolating world, the tactile experience, the face-to-face interaction, and the sense of belonging offered by a place like the Crafted Loom became an invaluable antidote to the anonymous efficiency of online giants. People are willing to pay a premium not just for a product, but for the story behind it, the ethical sourcing, and the personalized journey of discovery. They seek authenticity over algorithm, and a sense of shared humanity over sheer convenience. Eleanor's success tapped into our innate desire for community and our appreciation for unique, handcrafted value, needs that the Big Four, for all their technological prowess, struggle to fulfill because their model is built on scale, not intimacy. So, how can you, the small business owner, apply these insights? First, identify your unique value proposition. What can you offer that the giants can't or won't? Is it hyper-specialized expertise, bespoke products, unparalleled customer service, or a strong community focus? Second, embrace hyper-local or hyper-niche markets. Don't try to be everything to everyone, instead, be everything to someone very specific. Cultivate a fiercely loyal customer base that values what you uniquely provide. Third, build community. Foster direct relationships with your customers, engage them, and make them feel like an integral part of your story. And finally, leverage technology strategically, not broadly. Use social media to tell your unique story, use local SEO to bring customers to your door, and use simple e-commerce tools to supplement your in-person experience, not replace it. Your agility is your superpower. Embrace it to adapt quickly and respond to your specific market's needs in ways the giants simply cannot. Now, let's turn our attention to individuals and the critical question of career strategies in a world increasingly shaped by advanced technology and automation. With artificial intelligence performing tasks once reserved for humans, and entire industries being disrupted by the innovative powerhouses of the Big Four, how do we future-proof our livelihoods? Is it possible to maintain relevance and find meaningful work amidst such rapid transformation? Absolutely. The answer lies in continuous learning, adaptability, and an acute understanding of the uniquely human skills that AI cannot replicate. Consider the journey of David, a seasoned marketing professional whose agency relied heavily on traditional advertising channels. As digital marketing, driven by the likes of Google Ads and Meta's advertising platforms, exploded, David felt a rising tide of anxiety. His established skill set, while valuable, was becoming less central. Instead of resisting the change, David embraced it. He dedicated his evenings to online courses in data analytics, search engine optimization, and social media strategy. He immersed himself in understanding the algorithms that powered the new digital landscape. He leveraged his existing knowledge of human psychology and consumer behavior, combining it with his newly acquired technical skills, to transition from a traditional marketer to a highly sought-after digital strategist. He wasn't just understanding data, he was telling stories with it, a uniquely human endeavor. From a psychological perspective, David's story resonates deeply because it addresses our primal fear of obsolescence. The human spirit yearns for purpose and contribution, and the threat of being deemed irrelevant by technology can be profoundly unsettling. David's proactive learning wasn't just about job security, it was about maintaining a sense of agency, about proving his continued value, and about satisfying an inherent human need for growth and mastery. His resilience stemmed from a growth mindset, the belief that abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work, rather than being fixed. He understood that while machines could crunch numbers and optimize campaigns, they couldn't yet empathize with a target audience, craft a truly compelling narrative, or adapt to the nuanced, unpredictable shifts in human culture with the same intuitive flair. So, what are the practical application steps for you, the individual navigating this tech-dominated career landscape? First and foremost, cultivate a growth mindset. View learning as a lifelong endeavor, not just something confined to formal education. Identify transferable skills that transcend specific job functions. Critical thinking, c. For individuals shaping their careers, it's about embracing lifelong learning, cultivating uniquely human skills, and becoming masters of adaptability. And for all of us, it's about reclaiming our digital autonomy, understanding that our data is a valuable asset we have the power to protect. By adopting these strategies, we don't just survive the age of the Big Four, we thrive within it, forging paths that are uniquely ours, defined not by the giant's shadows, but by our own ingenuity and resilience. In our next chapter, we will broaden our lens to explore the ethical dilemmas posed by the unchecked power of these corporations and discuss the broader societal implications of their influence on democracy, free speech, and the future of innovation. Join me as we delve into Chapter 19, The Ethical Minefield. 7-Day Action Plan. Welcome back, listeners. We've journeyed through the intricate landscape dominated by the Big Four, exploring their immense power, their subtle influences, and the profound ways they shape our digital and physical realities. But knowledge, as they say, is only power when it's applied. And that's precisely what this chapter is all about. This isn't just another theoretical discussion, it's a call to action, a week-long challenge designed to help you integrate these insights into your personal and professional life. Consider it your immersive boot camp, a hands-on experience to build resilience, regain agency, and carve out your own path in a world increasingly dictated by a select few tech giants. Are you ready to transform passive understanding into active empowerment? Are you prepared to take concrete steps, starting today, to reevaluate your digital footprint, diversify your dependencies, and truly own your online identity? I certainly hope so, because over the next 7 days, we will embark on a structured journey, each day focusing on a specific, actionable task that builds upon the last. Think of it as a methodical way to dismantle your overwhelming reliance on these behemoths, one conscious choice at a time, ultimately fostering a more balanced, secure, and self-directed digital existence. This isn't about completely abandoning these platforms overnight. For many, that's simply not feasible. Instead, it's about strategic decentralization, mindful engagement, and thoughtful empowerment. So, let's dive into our week-long action plan, beginning with Day 1. Day 1. Audit your reliance on the Big Four. Our first step, the foundational block of our week, is to conduct a thorough audit of your current reliance on the Big Four companies, Apple, Amazon, Google, and Meta, formerly Facebook. This isn't merely a casual mental tally, it's an intentional, detailed inventory of every single service, product, and platform you utilize from each of these giants. Do you truly know the full extent of their presence in your daily operations, whether personal or professional? Let me give you an example. Sarah, a freelance graphic designer, initially believed her reliance on the Big Four was minimal. She used a Windows laptop, didn't actively post on Facebook, and preferred local shops. However, when she sat down to meticulously list everything, the picture dramatically shifted. Her entire email communication ran through Gmail, her professional portfolio was hosted on Google Drive, and clients often shared files via Google Docs. Her creative inspiration frequently came from Pinterest boards, owned by a subsidiary of Google, and her limited social media presence was mostly on Instagram, owned by Meta. Her web domain was registered through a Google service, and she frequently ordered art supplies from Amazon for quick delivery. Even her favorite podcast app was downloaded from Apple's App Store, and the podcast itself was hosted on servers that likely relied on Amazon Web Services. Suddenly, her perceived independence evaporated, replaced by a stark realization: a significant portion of her livelihood and personal organization was deeply intertwined with and dependent on the services provided by these very companies. One policy change, one service disruption, or even one security breach could, theoretically, jeopardize her entire operation. From a psychological perspective, this audit is profoundly important because it moves us past what's known as the illusion of control or ignorance is bliss. We often underestimate our dependencies, perhaps because the services are so seamlessly integrated into our lives they become invisible infrastructure. Acknowledging this reliance, quantifying it, and visually mapping it out on paper or a spreadsheet, helps to break through that subconscious denial. It confronts us with the reality of our digital ecosystem, allowing us to see where we might have single points of failure. This awareness is the absolute first, and most critical, step towards regaining genuine agency. You cannot manage what you. It fosters intrinsic loyalty that is incredibly difficult for competitors, especially massive, impersonal ones, to disrupt. For your practical application on day 2, dedicate time to reflect deeply on what makes you, your product, or your service truly special. Go beyond features and benefits. Ask yourself, what emotional void do I fill for my customers or audience? What unique experience do I provide? What values do I embody that resonate deeply with them? If you're a business owner, talk to your most loyal customers, ask them why they choose you over alternatives. If you're an individual, think about your personal brand or your unique contribution to your community or profession. Brainstorm adjectives that describe the feeling you evoke. Is it trust, joy, comfort, inspiration, belonging, intellectual stimulation, authenticity? Once you've identified these core emotional appeals, articulate them clearly in a short, compelling statement. This statement will become a guiding principle for all your future interactions and strategies. Day 3, Optimize your personal or professional digital footprint with a clearer understanding of your dependencies and your unique value. Day 3 turns our attention to actively optimizing and fortifying your personal or professional digital footprint. This is about building resilience, diversifying your online presence, and ensuring you aren't solely beholden to a single platform for your identity or livelihood. Consider the predicament of Maria, a talented illustrator whose entire professional existence was meticulously curated on a single, popular social media platform. Her portfolio, client interactions, and networking were almost exclusively housed there. When the platform suddenly changed its algorithm, drastically reducing her organic reach, and then later suffered a prolonged outage, Maria felt her entire career hanging by a thread. She realized, with a jolt, that she hadn't owned her audience or her content, she had merely rented space on someone else's digital property. Inspired by the scare, she invested in her own professional website, built an email list, and diversified her presence across several smaller, more niche art communities. Now, her website serves as her central hub, the definitive source for her work, and her social media accounts act as spokes, drawing people back to her owned platform. Psychologically, optimizing your digital footprint is deeply empowering because it reclaims a sense of ownership and control. In the age of platform capitalism, it's easy to feel like a tenant in someone else's digital house. This exercise shifts that paradigm, moving you from renter to homeowner. It mitigates the anxiety of potential platform instability, policy changes, or even outright censorship. By diversifying where your content lives and how you connect with your audience, you reduce your vulnerability to any single entity. It fosters a proactive mindset, encouraging you to build robust, multi-channel connections that are less susceptible to external forces. This proactive stance bolsters your confidence and safeguards your professional or personal brand against unforeseen digital disruptions, cultivating a strong sense of digital self-reliance. For your practical application today, begin by securing your own independent digital home base. If you don't have one, consider purchasing your own domain name and setting up a personal website or blog. This is your central hub, where you have full control over content, design, and data. Next, review your presence on various platforms. Are you using them strategically, or merely reactively? Identify which platforms truly serve your goals and which are simply time sinks. For those that are valuable, ensure your profile information is up to date and directs people back to your owned platform. Actively build an email list. This is one of the most direct and independent ways to communicate with your audience, free from algorithmic interference. Finally, assess your data backups. Are your critical files, creative work, and important? He didn't have anything to hide, but he certainly hadn't consented to this level of pervasive data harvesting. By taking the time to adjust settings, he significantly reduced the amount of personal information being collected and shared, feeling a palpable sense of relief and regaining a sense of personal boundary. Psychologically, reclaiming control over your data privacy profoundly impacts your sense of digital safety and personal sovereignty. When we feel our data is being collected indiscriminately, often without our full understanding or explicit consent, it can lead to a pervasive, subtle anxiety and a feeling of powerlessness. This constant surveillance can even subtly alter behavior, leading to self-censorship or a reluctance to express oneself authentically online. Actively managing your privacy settings counteracts this feeling, empowering you to draw clear boundaries in the digital realm. It fosters a sense of agency, transforming you from a passive data subject into an active guardian of your own information. This act of setting boundaries reinforces personal values and reduces the cognitive load of worrying about who knows what about you, allowing for more authentic digital engagement. For your practical application today, block out at least an hour, preferably 2, to embark on a thorough review of your privacy settings. Start with the big 4 platforms you use most frequently: Google Gmail, Search, YouTube, Maps, Meta Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, Apple iOS settings, iCloud, and Amazon shopping history, Alexa settings. Dig deep into the privacy and security sections. Pay close attention to location tracking, ad personalization, app permissions, especially camera, microphone, and contacts access, and data retention policies. Ask yourself, is this permission truly necessary for the service to function? Am I comfortable with this level of data sharing? Don't be afraid to revoke permissions or opt out of features you don't use or trust. Explore using privacy-focused browsers, search engines, and email providers as alternatives where appropriate. This isn't a one-time task. Commit to making privacy audits a regular habit, perhaps quarterly, as platforms constantly update their terms and settings. Day 6. Study an emerging tech trend outside the Big Four. As we near the end of our week, Day 6 challenges us to broaden our horizons and actively seek out the technological landscape beyond the gravitational pull of the Big Four. This is about fostering an innovative mindset, understanding the alternatives that are brewing, and identifying potential future solutions that prioritize decentralization, privacy, and user empowerment. Consider Elena, a tech enthusiast who felt increasingly jaded by the walled gardens of the mainstream platforms. For Day 6, she decided to delve into the world of decentralized social networks or federated platforms like Mastodon or Lemmy. She spent time reading about their underlying technology, how they operate without a central authority, and the communities they foster. She even set up an account on one such platform, experimenting with its interface and interacting with its users. This exploration opened her eyes to a completely different paradigm of online interaction, one where users had more control, and communities were self-governed rather than dictated by corporate algorithms. It didn't mean she abandoned all her old platforms, but it gave her hope and a new perspective on what the future of the Internet could be, inspiring her to support and even contribute to these emerging alternatives. Psychologically, engaging with emerging tech trends outside the Big Four is an act of intellectual liberation. It counteracts the availability heuristic, where our perception of what's possible is limited by what's most prominently presented to us by dominant players. By actively seeking out alternatives, we expand our mental models, challenge assumptions, and foster a sense of curiosity and optimism about technological innovation. It empowers us to envision a future that isn't solely. Write it in your own voice, make it inspiring, and then place it somewhere visible, perhaps as your computer background, printed and taped to your desk, or saved in a prominent digital folder. This is your personal declaration of independence, a living document that you can revisit and refine over time. And so, our 7-day journey concludes. You've actively engaged with the complex realities of our digital world, moving from passive awareness to empowered action. This week has been a powerful catalyst, designed not to provide all the answers, but to equip you with the tools, the mindset, and the critical thinking necessary to navigate the landscape dominated by the Big Four with greater intention and control. Remember, this is not a one-time fix, but the beginning of an ongoing process. The digital world is constantly evolving, and so too must our strategies for engaging with it. What you've accomplished this week is truly significant. You've laid the groundwork for a more resilient, self-directed, and meaningful digital life. The insights gained and the habits formed during these 7 days are just the first steps on a much longer path towards true digital sovereignty. As we move forward, in the next chapter, we will delve into the broader implications of collective action, exploring how individuals, united by these principles, can influence systemic change and foster an internet that is more equitable, decentralized, and empowering for everyone. So, take a moment to acknowledge your accomplishments, and prepare to continue this crucial journey with renewed purpose. Summary. Welcome back, dear listener. We have journeyed together through a profound exploration, dedicating the past 285 minutes, or nearly 5 hours, to unraveling the intricate tapestry woven by the world's most dominant entities, the formidable Big Four. It has been a significant investment of your time, a commitment to understanding the forces that shape our modern world, and for that dedication, I commend you. As we arrive at this concluding summary, let's take a collective breath and reflect on the expansive landscape we've traversed, the insights we've uncovered, and the actionable wisdom we've sought to distill. This isn't merely a recap, it's an invitation to solidify your understanding, to integrate these complex ideas into your own mental framework, and to empower yourself with a clearer vision of the future. We've delved into their origins, their strategies, their unparalleled reach, and indeed, their profound impact on industries, cultures, and individual lives. Now, let's crystallize those learnings. Our journey began with a deep dive into the unique essence of each of these titans, attempting to grasp the very core of their strength, the foundational principles that have propelled them to such stratospheric heights. Let's begin by revisiting the distinct power of what we might call Giant Alpha, a titan characterized by an almost obsessive dedication to customer centricity coupled with an unrivaled mastery of operational excellence. Think for a moment about the relentless pursuit of convenience, the seamlessness of experience, the near-instant gratification that has become an expectation rather than a luxury. This giant has redefined what it means to serve a customer, setting a new, impossibly high bar for every other enterprise on the planet. Consider the story of a fledgling online retailer, we'll call it Harvest Goods, which launched with a brilliant product line of artisanal, sustainable home goods. Their website was beautiful, their mission noble, their products unique. Yet, despite initial buzz, they struggled to convert interest into sustained sales. Why? Because while their passion was undeniable, their delivery times were inconsistent, their returns process cumbersome, and their customer service response often delayed by a day or two. In a world accustomed to the instant click and receive model pioneered by Giant Alpha, Harvest Goods' efforts, however well-intentioned, felt sluggish and unreliable. Customers, subconsciously benchmarked against the gold standard, perceived friction, and friction in the digital age often translates to abandonment. This isn't a reflection of Harvest Goods' lack of quality, but rather the overwhelming psychological impact of Giant Alpha's operational ubiquity. Psychologically, this relentless focus on the customer taps into our most primal desires for ease, predictability, and immediate gratification. We are wired to seek paths of least resistance, to conserve mental and physical energy. When a company removes every conceivable obstacle, every potential point of frustration from the customer journey, it creates a powerful sense of trust and dependency. We outsource our cognitive load to them, knowing they will deliver, quite literally, on their promise. This fosters a deep-seated loyalty that transcends mere product preference. It becomes a loyalty to an experience, a lifestyle, a pervasive sense of effortless provision. It reshapes our expectations, making anything less feel inadequate, even inconvenient. The profound psychological shift here is that convenience moves from being a desirable feature to a fundamental right, an assumed baseline for all interactions. So, how can you, the discerning listener, apply this profound insight into your own endeavors, regardless of scale? It begins with an audit, a meticulous examination of every single touchpoint your customer, or your audience, has with you or your product. Map out their journey step by step. Where do they encounter friction? Where are the unnecessary delays? What could be simplified, automated? Owning a piece of this ecosystem isn't just about utility, it's about identity. We derive a sense of competence and control when our tools function seamlessly, and disruption to that harmony can feel like a personal affront. The walled garden approach, while sometimes criticized, offers a powerful sense of security, exclusivity, and a curated experience that many consumers are not only willing to pay for, but actively seek out. It's the comfort of knowing that everything just works together, reducing anxiety and freeing up mental space. For you, the astute listener. The practical application lies in understanding the power of creating a coherent, integrated experience, whether for your customers, your team, or even your personal brand. Are you presenting a fragmented message, or is there a consistent aesthetic and functional thread running through all your touch points? Think beyond just a logo. Consider the tone of your communications, the design of your presentations, the flow of your services. How can you make every interaction with you or your offering feel like part of a larger, harmonious whole? Could you streamline your internal tools so they speak to each other, reducing operational friction? Could you develop a unique signature style in your work that makes it instantly recognizable and deeply appealing? The goal isn't necessarily to lock in your audience in a restrictive sense, but rather to create such a compelling and integrated experience that they naturally choose to remain within your sphere of influence because it simply feels better, works better, and looks better than any alternative. Cultivate a distinct identity that offers both beauty and utility, making your sphere one that people aspire to enter and are reluctant to leave. Moving onward, we dissected the formidable power of Giant Gamma, the undisputed master of data prowess and algorithmic dominance. This titan thrives on understanding the world through an unparalleled lens of information, transforming raw data into predictive insights, personalized experiences, and, ultimately, immense influence. Their algorithms don't just process information, they learn, adapt, and anticipate our needs, often before we even consciously recognize them. This isn't just about search results or product recommendations, it's about shaping perceptions, guiding decisions, and becoming an indispensable arbiter of information flow. Imagine a small, local bookstore, the bound pages, struggling to compete with online retailers. The owner, Elias, noticed a decline in foot traffic and an inability to predict what books his customers truly wanted. He ran generic promotions, ordered bestsellers, but still felt disconnected. Then, he decided to meticulously track every sale, every customer inquiry, every genre preference expressed, and every book requested. He used this data, even simple spreadsheet data, to understand his unique local clientele. He discovered a surprising trend, a strong interest in niche historical fiction and local author spotlights. By leveraging this granular data, he curated specific sections, hosted targeted events, and his recommendations became uncannily accurate. His store transformed from a generic outlet into a beloved community hub, all by mimicking, at a micro level, Giant Gamma's principle of data-driven understanding. He didn't have supercomputers, but he had diligent observation and strategic application of information, proving that the principle of data-informed decision-making isn't solely reserved for the titans. Psychologically, the power of Giant Gamma's approach taps into our deep-seated need for relevance and discovery. We crave information that resonates with us, solutions tailored to our specific problems, and experiences that feel uniquely designed for our tastes. When an algorithm surfaces exactly what we need, or introduces us to something new that we genuinely love, it creates a powerful sense of delight and utility. It feels like magic, but it's really just sophisticated pattern recognition. This personalization fosters AF. Think about how you can become the connector, the hub that brings disparate elements together, creating a sum far greater than its parts. The goal is to cultivate an environment where value is not just delivered by you, but also generated between the individuals you bring together. The stronger the connections you facilitate, the more indispensable your platform, your product, or your leadership will become, creating a powerful, self-reinforcing ecosystem of value. Now, having revisited the distinct core strengths of each of these giants, let's bring it all together and reiterate the main thesis of this entire book. The overarching message, the central argument we've meticulously built, is this: the immense and often invisible influence of these four giants doesn't just reshape markets and redefine consumer expectations, it fundamentally alters the landscape of human interaction, commerce, and information. Understanding their mechanisms, their underlying philosophies, and their strategic playbooks isn't merely an academic exercise or a fascination with corporate power. Rather, it is an absolute prerequisite for navigating the modern world with discernment, for identifying opportunities amidst disruption, and crucially, for fostering resilience and maintaining personal agency in your own endeavors. Their impact is not something to be merely observed, it is something to be understood, integrated into our worldview, and strategically responded to. To illustrate this thesis, consider the tale of two entrepreneurs, Liam and Chloe, both launching fashion brands in the same year. Liam, deeply focused on traditional marketing and brick-and-mortar partnerships, saw the Big Four as external forces, competitors he had to circumvent. He resisted integrating with their platforms, wary of their data practices and influence. Chloe, on the other hand, while equally committed to her brand's unique identity, saw the giants as powerful tools. She studied their algorithms for market trends, leveraged their advertising platforms for targeted reach, optimized her website for their search engines, and built a vibrant community on their social platforms. 5 years later, Liam's brand struggled to gain traction beyond a niche market, constrained by outdated distribution models and a limited digital footprint. Chloe's brand, while operating within the giant's ecosystems, had achieved global recognition, harnessing their reach and data insights to connect directly with her ideal customers, scale rapidly, and even influence trends. Chloe didn't just understand the giants, she learned to dance with them, to leverage their immense power for her own strategic advantage, demonstrating that knowledge truly is power in this new landscape. Psychologically, our tendency as humans is often to resist or dismiss what we don't fully comprehend, or to feel overwhelmed by forces that seem too large to control. This can lead to a sense of helplessness, a feeling that individual efforts are futile against such titanic entities. However, the true psychological insight here is that understanding fosters empowerment. When we dissect the strategies of these giants, we demystify their power. We move from being passive recipients of their influence to active participants capable of strategic engagement. This shift in perspective, from fear or apathy to informed analysis, activates our own problem-solving abilities, our creativity, and our capacity for innovation. It mitigates the cognitive bias of system justification, where we passively accept the status quo, and instead encourages a growth mindset towards understanding and adapting to external forces, ultimately enhancing our locus of control. Therefore, the practical application steps for you are profound and multifaceted. First, cultivate a mindset of continuous learning about technological and market shifts. Don't assume yesterday's rules apply today. Second, meticulously analyze the competitive landscape, not just for direct rivals, but for the pervasive influence of the Big Four on your industry, your custo. We've reaffirmed that comprehending these forces is not just an intellectual exercise, but a vital strategy for navigating and thriving in the modern world. And most importantly, we've reinforced the profound truth that, amidst all this technological grandeur, your individual agency, your informed choices, and your cultivated wisdom remain your most invaluable assets. Thank you for your attentiveness, your thoughtful engagement, and your willingness to embark on this intellectual adventure with me. May the insights gained empower you to not just observe the future, but to actively, intelligently, and purposefully shape it. The journey through the Big Four might be concluding, but your personal journey of application and impact is just beginning. Go forth, equipped with knowledge, and build the world you envision. CTA. Welcome, esteemed listener, to what I consider the most crucial chapter of our journey through the Big Four. While you've diligently absorbed countless hours of strategic insights, innovative frameworks, and profound observations, understanding alone is but a nascent seed. For that seed to germinate, to push through the soil, and to eventually blossom into tangible, transformative results, it requires deliberate action. This isn't merely the concluding segment of an audiobook, it is, in essence, the very launchpad for your future endeavors, the bridge between passive listening and active, impactful implementation. We've spent considerable time together, exploring the intricate dynamics that define the modern business landscape, dissecting the strategies employed by the titans, and equipping you with a mental toolkit designed to elevate your own professional trajectory. But what good, truly, is the most meticulously crafted toolkit if it remains untouched, gathering dust in the mental workshop? What true value does a powerful strategy hold if it's never put into motion? My profound hope, my overarching objective for you, extends far beyond the final words spoken in this recording. It is to ignite within you a potent desire to convert all you've learned into concrete steps, to empower you to not just comprehend but to do, to not just analyze but to apply. This chapter, therefore, serves as your definitive call to action, a gentle yet firm nudge towards perpetuating the cycle of learning, growth, and contribution. It's about leveraging the momentum we've built, channeling that acquired wisdom into specific, measurable actions that amplify your impact, solidify your understanding, and even expand the reach of these transformative ideas to others who stand to benefit immensely. The journey through the Big Four doesn't conclude here, rather, it enters a new and exciting phase, one where you, the discerning listener, become the protagonist in your own unfolding narrative of success and innovation. So, let us embark on these final, yet most vital, steps together, ensuring that the insights gained are not merely fleeting thoughts, but enduring catalysts for positive change. Our primary focus will be on three distinct yet interconnected avenues of engagement, each designed to serve a unique purpose in this post-book phase. The first is about consolidating your own learning and contributing to the wider community of learners, sharing your honest review on the audiobook platform. The second is about deepening your personal application and ensuring you have the practical tools at your fingertips, downloading and utilizing the companion PDF. And the third, equally vital, is about expanding the ripple effect of knowledge and fostering a culture of shared growth, encouraging you to share this audiobook with a colleague or peer. Let's delve into each of these, exploring not just the what but critically, the why and the how. Let's begin with the first, and perhaps simplest, yet incredibly powerful action, leaving an honest review on the platform where you acquired this audiobook. You might be thinking, why is my review so important? Isn't it just another star rating in a sea of opinions? And to that, I would emphatically respond, your review is far more than a mere star rating, it is a beacon, a guidepost, and a testament. It is a direct and impactful way to solidify your own takeaways while simultaneously illuminating the path for countless potential listeners who are searching for exactly the kind of insights and transformation you've just experienced. Consider, for a moment, the journey of Sarah, a passionate and insightful author who, after years of dedicated research and writing, finally published her groundbreaking book on sustainable leadership. She poured her heart and soul into every chapter, believing deeply in the message she wanted to convey. However, as a relatively new voice in a crowded marketplace, her book struggled to gain visibility. It was a diamond in the rough, but few knew where to look. Then came Mark M. So, how can you practically apply this? It's wonderfully straightforward. Once you've finished listening to this chapter, and perhaps even taken a moment to reflect on your overall experience with the Big Four, open the app or website of your audiobook provider, whether it's Audible, Apple Books, Google Play, or any other platform. Navigate to the page for the Big Four. You'll find a section dedicated to reviews. Don't feel the pressure to write a dissertation. Even a few honest sentences can make a world of difference. Consider these prompts to guide your thoughts. What was the single most impactful idea or strategy you encountered throughout this entire audiobook? How did the Big Four challenge your existing preconceptions or shift your perspective on a particular business challenge? What specific action are you now inspired to take as a direct result of listening? What emotional resonance did the content strike within you? Did it inspire confidence, clarify confusion, or spark a new ambition? Was there a particular story or example that truly brought a concept to life for you? Remember, authenticity is paramount. Your review doesn't have to be a 5-star masterpiece if you genuinely didn't find the content to be transformative. An honest, constructive critique, delivered with thoughtfulness, is equally valuable, as it provides feedback for improvement and still contributes to the overall conversation around a book. The key is to share your genuine experience. Your words have the power to validate the work, to guide new listeners, and to deepen your own connection to the material. Take a moment, just a few minutes of your time, and contribute your voice to this growing community of informed action takers. It's a small step that yields immense rewards, both for yourself and for others. Now, let's transition to our second crucial call to action, one that directly empowers your ability to translate theory into practice, downloading and thoroughly utilizing the companion PDF. Throughout our journey together, we've explored complex frameworks, strategic models, and actionable advice. While the auditory experience is incredibly immersive and effective for initial learning, the human mind, brilliant as it is, has its limitations when it comes to retaining granular details, intricate diagrams, or step-by-step processes purely from memory. This is precisely where the companion PDF becomes an indispensable asset, a tangible bridge between the spoken word and real-world application. Allow me to illustrate this with the experience of David, a dedicated project manager who was tasked with overhauling his company's outdated strategic planning process. He listened to the Big Four during his daily commute, absorbing the innovative approaches to vision setting and resource allocation. He was particularly excited by a detailed framework for cross-functional collaboration and a robust template for risk assessment. He arrived at his office buzzing with ideas, eager to implement them. However, as he sat down to sketch out the new process, the precise steps of the collaboration framework started to blur. The specific criteria for the risk assessment template became fuzzy. He found himself trying to recall complex flowcharts that were perfectly clear just hours before, now frustratingly elusive. Then he remembered the mention of the companion PDF. He quickly navigated to the specified website, found the download link, and within moments, a meticulously structured document appeared on his screen. There, laid out with crystal clarity, were the exact step-by-step guides for the collaboration framework, complete with decision trees and communication protocols. He found fillable worksheets for the risk assessment, allowing him to input his project-specific data directly. He even discovered visual summaries of the key strategic models, perfectly suited for printing and pinning above his desk. What was once abstract theory, tantalizingly just beyond his grasp, instantly transformed into a tangible, actionable blueprint. David used this. And finally, let us turn our attention to the third and equally powerful call to action, sharing this audiobook with a colleague, a team member, a mentor, or anyone in your professional network whom you believe would benefit from its profound insights. You might wonder, I've gained so much personally, but how does sharing this with someone else amplify my own learning or impact? The answer, quite simply, is exponentially. Knowledge, when shared, doesn't diminish, it multiplies. It creates a resonant field where ideas can be debated, refined, and ultimately, more effectively implemented. Let's look at Maria's story. Maria, a senior leader in a rapidly evolving tech company, recognized a critical challenge within her department: communication silos. Teams weren't collaborating effectively, leading to duplicated efforts and missed opportunities. She listened to the Big Four and discovered a powerful communication framework within its pages that resonated deeply with her. She saw its immediate potential, not just for herself, but for her entire leadership team. Instead of merely implementing it in her own work, she decided to cultivate a shared intellectual experience. She generously gifted copies of the audiobook to her 5 direct reports, encouraging them to listen with an open mind. She then scheduled a weekly Big Four book club meeting. In these sessions, they didn't just discuss specific chapters, they debated applications within their own organizational context, shared real-time challenges where the book's principles could be applied, and collectively brainstormed solutions using the frameworks provided. The discussions were vibrant, often challenging, but always constructive. The result: a palpable shift in team dynamics. A unified strategic language emerged, allowing for clearer communication and a deeper understanding of overarching goals. Cross-departmental collaboration improved significantly, and the department began to operate with a newfound synergy and efficiency. Sharing the audiobook wasn't just about giving a gift, it was about cultivating a shared intellectual landscape, fostering a culture of continuous learning, and multiplying the impact of the book's insights across an entire team. Maria's act of sharing catalyzed a collective transformation, proving that the true power of knowledge lies in its diffusion. From a psychological standpoint, the act of sharing is profoundly impactful for several reasons. Firstly, it taps into the principles of social learning theory. When we discuss new concepts with others, we reinforce our own understanding, expose ourselves to diverse interpretations, and clarify any ambiguities. The act of articulating an idea to someone else forces us to organize our thoughts, solidify our grasp of the subject matter, and often uncovers nuances we might have missed during solitary listening. It's a powerful form of active recall and elaboration. Secondly, sharing fosters a learning culture. When you recommend a valuable resource like the Big Four to a colleague, you are subtly, yet effectively, promoting a mindset of continuous improvement and knowledge acquisition within your professional environment. You are signaling that you value intellectual growth and collaborative problem solving. This can inspire others to seek out similar learning opportunities, creating a virtuous cycle of shared development. Thirdly, it enhances problem solving. Imagine facing a complex business challenge. If you and your colleagues have all absorbed the same powerful frameworks from the Big Four, you now share a common language and a common set of tools. This shared understanding dramatically improves the quality of your discussions, allowing for more precise analysis, more robust brainstorming, and ultimately, more innovative and effective solutions. Diverse perspectives, all informed by a unified strategic foundation, invariably lead to superior outcomes. It's the difference between individuals speaking different dialects and a team communicating in a synchronized, strategic language. Finally, thank you for listening to this audiobook. If you found value, meaning, or inspiration in this journey, please remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next chapter. Your support helps us bring more timeless classics to life. See you in the next reading.